Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was the winter of my 9th grade year when my parents bought a house deep in the northern Utah mountains. The property backed right up to national forest land, which meant we didn't have neighbors behind us, just acres and acres of pine, aspen, and rocky ridges. At that age, I was already in love with the outdoors. There was something about the woods that always pulled at me. Maybe it was the stillness, or maybe it was the way everything smelled cleaner, sharper. Maybe it was just the silence. No cars, no voices, no distractions. It felt like the only place my mind could be quiet. From the start, I started sneaking out at night to walk in the woods. My parents had no idea. They thought I just liked sitting on the porch to stargaze, which I did too, but most of the time, I'd quietly walk off the deck, slip through the edge of the yard, and melt into the tree line. I didn't go far at first. I'd just stay within sight of the house, testing the cold, getting used to the snow-covered ground under my boots and how it muffled my steps. But after a while, I started going further. Winter nights in the forest were something else entirely. It's hard to explain unless you've really been out there. The snow absorbs a lot of sound, so even the tiniest noise feels huge. A branch cracking in the distance sounds like a gunshot. You become hyper-aware of everything. The sound of your own breathing, the crunch of your boots, the breeze rustling dry branches above. I liked that feeling. It made me feel alive. Sometimes I would just sit. I'd find a fallen log or a smooth rock and park myself there for 30 minutes, sometimes an hour. I didn't bring a flashlight, just let my eyes adjust to the dark. Snow reflects starlight better than you'd think, and when the moon was out, it was surprisingly bright. The trees cast long shadows that looked like something out of a black and white photograph, and the world felt completely still. That night, the one I still think about, started just like all the others. It had snowed earlier that day, just a light dusting that covered up the previous night's footprints, so I knew I'd be breaking trail. I put on my heaviest coat, laced up my boots, and slipped out the sliding door just after midnight. The air bit at my face the second I stepped off the porch. My breath came out in thick clouds, and the cold made the hairs inside my nose stick together. The trees stood dark and tall at the edge of our backyard, forming a wall of black shapes against the lighter snow. I crossed the yard in silence, heart picking up speed the way it always did when I started these walks. It wasn't fear, exactly, more like anticipation. I never knew what I'd see. Sometimes it was nothing. Other nights I'd spot deer picking their way through the trees, or a raccoon sprinting off when it noticed me. Once, I saw an owl swoop down and snag something in the snow, then disappear into the trees without a sound. That kind of stuff made it worth it. That night, the snow squeaked under my boots as I headed north, following the faint outline of a dry riverbed that wound through the forest about 100 yards from the house. I'd walked it before in daylight and knew it was a safe path. The bed was wide and mostly flat, lined with rocks and scattered branches. It was easy to follow in the dark and offered good visibility in all directions. I stayed quiet as I moved, pausing every few steps to listen. My eyes adjusted quickly, and before long, I could make out the shapes of tree trunks, boulders, and deadfall around me. The woods were so still it almost didn't feel real. Not even the wind was moving that night. The air was sharp and heavy, and I could hear the crunch of snow sliding from branches overhead every so often, dropping with soft thuds around me. I followed the riverbed for a while, probably 15 or 20 minutes, then stopped near a familiar bend where a big boulder sat half buried in the snow. I liked sitting there. From that spot, I could see up and down the riverbed and watch the trees sway when there was wind. That night, they didn't sway at all. Everything was frozen in place. I sat down on the boulder, pulling my coat tighter around me. My fingers were already stiff, and I shoved them into my armpits to warm them. I didn't mind the cold much when I was moving, but sitting still, it got to you quick. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 10 minutes. Long enough that I started to relax, to forget that I was alone in a national forest in the dead of night. I was leaning back slightly, watching the stars through the trees, when I heard it. A scream. I froze. Not like in the movies, where someone gasps and looks around. I mean, I didn't move. Not a muscle. It had come from somewhere behind me, maybe 50 yards off to the left. It was high-pitched and raw, like something in pain. No words, no human tones, just a drawn-out, guttural shriek that didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. My body locked up so tight I couldn't even breathe. The air felt like it was frozen in my chest. I didn't dare look around, didn't turn my head, didn't even blink. I just lowered myself slowly off the boulder and crouched in the snow, barely making a sound. The scream had come once, then stopped. The silence after it was somehow worse. I strained my ears, trying to hear anything, footsteps, rustling, even breathing, but there was nothing. Just the ringing in my own ears and the pounding of my heartbeat. I stayed there for a long time. It felt like forever. My legs started to ache, and the cold was seeping through my jeans, but I didn't move. I didn't know if whatever made that noise was still nearby, or if it had heard me. My brain was racing, trying to think of what animal it could have been. I didn't know anything about animal calls back then. In my head, I was imagining a mountain lion, or maybe a bear, something big and dangerous, stalking through the trees just out of sight. Then, after what felt like hours, I heard something. A soft scuffle in the snow, coming from the riverbed to my right. I turned my head slowly, painfully slowly, and squinted into the darkness. Something small darted across the riverbed, fast and low to the ground. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but as it moved into the faint moonlight, I saw the bushy tail and narrow snout. It was a fox. Just a fox. It skittered across the snow without noticing me, then disappeared into the trees on the other side. I felt everything in me sag at once. The fear didn't vanish, but it changed. I let out the breath I'd been holding and sat back in the snow, my legs numb and my hands shaking. My heart was still racing, but my brain was catching up. I didn't move right away. I stayed there for a while longer, sitting in the snow, staring at the spot where the fox had vanished. The forest was quiet again, completely still. Eventually, I stood up, brushing the snow off my jeans and coat. My legs were stiff, and my fingers were numb, but I was okay. I turned and started walking back the way I came, following my tracks in the snow. I didn't rush. Moving too fast in the forest can make things worse. You make more noise. You miss things. I kept my head on a swivel, eyes scanning the trees, but nothing else happened. The woods stayed quiet. By the time I reached the backyard, the sky was starting to lighten just a little. Not full sunrise, but that pale blue hint that comes before it. I stepped onto the porch, kicked the snow off my boots, and slipped inside. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my room with a blanket wrapped around me, staring out the window at the forest. Later, I looked it up. The scream I heard, almost definitely a fox. They make these sounds that don't seem like they should come from an animal that small. It's this blood-curdling, high-pitched shriek that sounds like something being torn apart. I found recordings online, and they were exactly what I'd heard. That scream in the woods had been a fox, probably warning off another or trying to find a mate. That didn't make it any less terrifying in the moment, but it taught me something important. The woods aren't evil. They're not out to get you, but they're not safe either. You have to respect them. You have to be quiet and alert, and you have to understand that even small things can scare the hell out of you if you don't know what they are. I kept walking in the woods after that. I didn't stop, but I learned to listen better. I started reading up on animal calls and tracks. I got better at moving quietly, at noticing things, small claw marks on a tree, or caught in a branch, the way birds suddenly go quiet when something bigger moves through. That winter turned out to be one of the best times of my life. I saw so much: deer herds moving silently through the snow, porcupines climbing trees, an owl sitting so still on a branch it looked like part of the tree. And yes, I saw more foxes. I even watched one scream once, head tilted back, mouth wide, standing in the middle of the snow like it was calling the forest awake. It was still terrifying, but I understood it now. I still think about that night sometimes, about how something so small could scare me so much, and about how, in a weird way, it made me love the forest even more. Because if you're quiet, if you're patient, and if you're lucky, you see things out there that most people never do. And sometimes, those things scream in the dark. When I was 13, I went on a week-long camping trip with 2 adult guides and 5 other kids who were around my age. It was one of those summer outdoor programs meant to teach basic wilderness survival, bonding, and getting away from screens. I wasn't a super outdoorsy kid, but I liked kayaking, and the flyer had a photo of people paddling on a wide, calm river under bright blue skies. So I signed up. My parents were thrilled. They dropped me off early one morning, waved goodbye, and I didn't see another building or road again for the next 7 days. By the 5th day, we were all exhausted. We'd hiked for hours with our packs, cooked on little camp stoves, filtered river water through old plastic bottles, and gotten used to being sweaty and smelly and bitten up by mosquitoes. That day was the hardest. We were scheduled to paddle downriver for several kilometers, set up camp near a site marked on a laminated map the adults kept folded up in a dry bag, and cook a hot meal before dark. But things didn't go as planned. Late in the afternoon, dark clouds rolled in fast. The wind picked up and the river, which had been smooth all week, suddenly felt angry. Our paddles slapped against waves, and the rain started so suddenly it felt like being sprayed with a hose. Thunder cracked somewhere far ahead of us, and the adults started yelling directions to stay together, keep our heads down, and get through the bend. We never made it to the site. The downpour threw off our timing completely. It got dark much faster than expected. We found a wide flat spot just off the riverbank where a big tree had fallen some time ago. Its roots were sticking up like the fingers of a giant hand, tangled with dirt and moss. It looked like something out of a nature documentary. The adults talked in low voices while we all stood around dripping, shaking, our packs heavy and soaked. Eventually, one of them clapped their hands and told us we weren't going to bother with tents. It was warm enough that we wouldn't freeze and too wet to try to build anything useful. No fire either, just sleeping bags on the ground. We'd eat in the morning. No one argued. We were too tired. Most of the kids laid their sleeping bags close together, right in the clearing created by the fallen tree. There was a decent patch of flattened grass and leaves, and you could feel a bit of airflow from the river. I stood over the space for a moment, but I kept looking at the hole where the tree roots had torn up the earth. The roots left a pit maybe 4 feet deep, lined with mud and bits of stone, and it just looked like the kind of place snakes or spiders, or who knows what might use as a home. I couldn't shake the image of some cold thing sliding out while I was asleep, so I moved back from the group, maybe 4 meters. Just enough to still see them if I lifted my head, but far enough that I had a bit of space to myself. I found a spot with a bit more grass and fewer rocks, laid out my bag, crawled in while still a bit damp, and just lay there watching the last light fade through the tops of the trees. The clouds had started to clear, and the moon was already up. Everything smelled like wet bark and mud and the river. My muscles ached in that deep, hollow way that only comes from physical exhaustion. For a long time, all I could hear was the occasional cough or shuffle from the others and the constant soft rush of the river. I don't remember falling asleep. I just remember waking up. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what time it was. I wasn't cold, but I was completely still, wide awake and listening. There was a sound, a sharp, wet clicking, fast, almost rhythmic. It didn't sound like a bug or bird. Then I heard sniffing. Not like a dog exactly, lower, heavier, more deliberate. The kind of sniffing an animal does when it's figuring something out. It wasn't just one sound. It was several overlapping. Click, click, sniff. Click, click, click. Grass rustling. I stayed absolutely still. I knew we were in the woods and that animals were a part of it, but this was different. The sounds were close, closer than I wanted to admit. I tried to tell myself it was raccoons, maybe porcupines, something harmless. I had my flashlight in the small inner pocket of my sleeping bag. My hand was resting inches from it, but something told me not to use it. I don't know if it was fear or just some kind of instinct, but I didn't want to light up whatever was out there. I imagined a startle, a panic, claws or hooves or teeth. The clicking got louder. Then I felt something heavy step on the edge of my sleeping bag. I froze. It didn't stomp or press too hard, but it was a solid step. I could feel the weight through the thin nylon of the bag. The hoof slid a bit, adjusted, and then another hoof landed a little higher up. The breathing was loud now, deep and slow. There was a low snort. I didn't move. I kept my eyes closed at first, trying to slow my heartbeat. Then I let them open, just a crack. The moon was brighter now. I could make out shapes. Large ones. At least a dozen. Maybe more. They weren't bears. They weren't anything aggressive or threatening. They just stood there, completely silent now except for the occasional footstep or exhale. One of them, the one that had stepped on me, lowered itself. I felt the heat of its body as it settled down, legs folding beneath it, its chest pressing lightly against my side through the bag. It wasn't painful, just heavy, like a firm, warm presence. I held my breath, then let it out slowly. My nose filled with a smell like wet fur and soil and something a little sweet, maybe plants or bark. More shifting, more breathing. I let myself turn my head the tiniest bit, eyes adjusting. It was a herd. Deer. Maybe 15 of them. Some stood. Some were lying down. All of them faced the same direction, toward the clearing, toward the other campers. None of them looked at me. Not directly. They just stared like statues, ears twitching now and then, completely still. The one lying on me didn't move. Its body was solid, legs tucked under neatly, head lifted and alert. It wasn't sleeping. None of them were. They were just watching. I couldn't understand it. I lay there like that for what felt like forever. Minutes passed. Then more. My muscles cramped from staying still, but I didn't want to move. The moon drifted higher. I think I dozed off for a while. Not real sleep, but that strange in-between state where your mind floats. I came back to full awareness when the deer above me shifted slightly, exhaled, and leaned its weight to one side. By then, the herd was quiet. One by one, they began to rise. Legs unfolded, heads turned. There was no rush, no panic, just slow, measured movement. They walked in loose formation, hooves silent on the soft ground, slipping between trees without a sound. The one on my bag was the last to move. It stood, stretched slightly, looked in the direction the others had gone, and then followed. I lay there, completely still, watching the last flicker of its white tail disappear between the trunks. The sky had started to change. Not light yet, but less dark. The stars faded. A pale blue spread slowly across the tops of the trees. Birds started up, first one, then two, then a full choir. I unzipped my bag slowly and sat up. My back hurt. My shirt was damp from sweat and pressure. There were deer hairs stuck to the outside of the bag. I brushed them off gently and stood. The others were still asleep, curled in their bags like caterpillars. I could see the pit where the roots had lifted. Nothing had come out of it. Nothing dangerous, at least. I walked toward the edge of the clearing. There, in the soft earth, were tracks. Dozens of them. Small prints, delicate and deep. The whole area looked like it had been gently trampled, but with care, as if they'd been avoiding making too much noise. I followed the trail a few steps and stopped. It led back into the forest, fading quickly where the soil grew dry and leaves covered the ground. When the others started to stir, I went back to my bag and sat down. I didn't say anything right away. No one noticed anything strange. They talked about how humid it was, how they hadn't slept great, how sore they were. The adults were already unpacking breakfast. One of them asked if anyone had heard coyotes during the night. I just shook my head. Later that day, when we stopped to rest, I borrowed one of the adults' phones to check a few things. I didn't know what that sound had been at first, the clicking, the sniffing. But after searching, I found videos. Deer. When agitated or alert, they make a rapid clacking noise with their mouths or hooves. Some snort, some stomp. It's a way to signal to the herd. A warning or curiosity. It's not a sound you forget once you've heard it. That night stuck with me. Not because it was scary in the usual way. There were no growls or glowing eyes or anything like that. Just a herd of animals, silent and deliberate, surrounding a bunch of sleeping kids in the dark. It was wholesome in a weird way, but also unsettling. To think they watched us, maybe trying to understand us, maybe just waiting. And one of them, without hesitation, sat on me. Not to hurt me, not to scare me, just to be there, like it decided I was part of the ground. Even now, years later, I can still remember the feeling of its body pressing into mine, steady and calm, as if I was just another part of the woods that night. Just another thing to be watched. When I was a teenager, I often went camping alone. It wasn't because I disliked company. Actually, I liked people well enough. But there was something about being alone in the wilderness that felt peaceful and freeing. I had a favorite spot that I used to go to regularly. It was not far from my grandparents' house, maybe a couple miles away, but close enough that if I got into trouble, I could run back to their place. The land was wild, open, and mostly empty except for a few cattle pastures and some thick patches of trees. The route I took to get to my campsite crossed through a few fences. One of those fences led into a pasture full of cattle. I was careful when I walked through there, because cattle, especially those not used to you, could get nervous or spooked. Usually, I just stayed calm, walked slow, and didn't make sudden movements, and they tended to leave me alone. They are generally pretty chill animals if you don't bother them. That one time, the last time I ever went there, I slipped through the fence into the pasture, but something was immediately off. The cattle were restless and freaked out, pacing and mooing loudly. I stood at the edge, trying to figure out what was upsetting them, but I couldn't see anything. No predators, no people, no noise. Just a tense, buzzing kind of quiet except for the cattle's agitated mooing. I gave them a wide berth and walked around the far side of the pasture, heading to my campsite. The whole time, the cattle were on edge, eyes darting, muscles tight, as if something invisible was lurking. The night was fine. I set up my tent, made a fire, cooked some food, and enjoyed the stars. There was a slight breeze, and the air smelled like pine and wet earth. I remember how peaceful it felt despite the uneasy cattle. The sky was clear, with a half-moon casting soft light over the trees and fields. I fell asleep easily. The next morning, I packed up early, eager to get back before the heat of the day. As I stepped back into the pasture, I immediately noticed a terrible smell. It hit me like a wall, a rancid, sour stench, like a mix of skunk spray, rotten eggs, and old manure all mashed together. It was the worst smell I've ever encountered, the kind that makes your eyes water and your stomach turn. I looked around for the cattle to see if they were still there. They weren't. The pasture was empty, silent except for the buzzing of flies. I figured they had moved out of sight into some brush or trees near the far edge of the field. The stench was stronger the closer I got to the little ravine that cut through one corner of the pasture. I dropped my pack on a rock by the fence and walked over to investigate. What I found was awful. The cattle were all dead. Their bodies were piled up in the shallow ravine. Each one had been shot in the head, clean, precise marks, like someone used a bolt gun or a similar device to kill them quickly. They had been eviscerated, guts pulled out and scattered, something I had never seen before outside of a butcher's shop or a slaughterhouse. The carcasses lay twisted and torn, blood soaked into the dirt and leaves. Flies and buzzards circled overhead. It looked like some kind of massacre, done deliberately and carefully. I stood there frozen for a moment, my heart pounding. I didn't understand why anyone would do that. It was a terrible and brutal sight. I wanted to leave immediately, but I also realized my gear was still back where I'd left it at the fence line. I turned back to the rock, but my pack was gone. The small pile of things I'd set down, my backpack, water bottle, and a couple of supplies, were nowhere in sight. I scanned the pasture frantically, but there was no sign of anything. It was as if someone had come while I was only a few minutes away and quietly taken my things. That realization hit me hard. Someone had been close by watching, maybe even waiting. I felt a rush of adrenaline and fear unlike anything before. My only thought was to get out as fast as I could. I didn't look back or linger. The smell was overwhelming. The image of the dead cattle burned in my mind, and the thought that whoever did this had been nearby left me feeling vulnerable. I ran the mile back to my grandparents' house, my legs pumping as fast as they could go. I felt like I was being chased by the invisible presence that had caused all this. When I finally burst through the door and slammed it shut behind me, I was shaking and breathless. I told my grandparents what I'd seen, but they just looked at me in disbelief, saying they hadn't heard anything unusual. I never went back to that campsite or pasture again. I don't know what those cattle meant or who did it, but that day changed the way I saw the quiet countryside around my grandparents' place. There was more to it than just empty fields and peaceful animals. A few years later, I went on another trip, this time with my cousin. She works for the Forest Service in the Montana-Wyoming border area, and I thought it would be interesting to tag along on one of her hydrology checks. She monitors water quality by testing streams and snow runoff, riding out to places deep in the wilderness that most people never see. It was exciting to get to camp out for a couple nights in such a remote area. The first day was amazing. The air was crisp and clean, and the scenery was breathtaking, towering trees, clear streams, and endless blue skies. We rode horses through thick forests and open meadows, crossing small bridges over rocky creeks. That night, we set up camp on a ridge overlooking a valley, the sunset painting the clouds in orange and pink. The second day, after packing up, my cousin said she wanted to show me something weird she'd come across on a previous trip. We veered off the trail and rode for nearly 2 hours through dense woods and rocky terrain, winding down into a small ravine. It was quiet, the kind of silence that presses on your ears. At the end of the ravine, she told me to get off my horse and follow a tiny wildlife path that led into the trees. I brought along the small rechargeable radio we had with us. It could be wound up for power or plugged in if we found electricity, which seemed unlikely out here. As I followed the narrow trail, I spotted something strange poking out from the ground, a coil of wire. It wasn't thick electrical cable or power lines. It was thin, about the size of household wiring. The wire ran from underground up over tree branches, down again, snaking through rocks and leaves. Curious, I followed it further. After a few hundred feet, the wire ended at an old schoolteacher's desk sitting in the middle of the forest. There was no building, no shelter, nothing else around, just this desk with a metal frame and a scratched wood-like surface. On the side of the desk was an electrical outlet, the kind you'd find in any classroom or office. I stood there staring, trying to make sense of it. My cousin came up behind me, unplugged the radio, and then plugged it into the outlet on the desk. The radio immediately powered on, buzzing with static. It didn't make sense. There was no visible source of electricity anywhere near us. No wires leading away from the desk, no nearby generators, no cabins or power poles. Just that single outlet, alive and powered, in the middle of nowhere. I felt an uneasy chill creep up my spine. Why was this here? Who set it up? What was it for? The forest was so quiet. The only sounds were birds and the occasional rustle of leaves. It felt like someone had built a small, hidden station out here. I wanted to take a photo, but we didn't have cell service, and I'd left the camera behind. We hurried back to camp that afternoon, but the image of that powered desk stayed with me. It felt like a message, a reminder that even in the middle of wild nature, human footprints linger. But this one was out of place, almost wrong. I never found out what it was for or who built it. I asked around, but no one else seemed to know about it either. Looking back, those two experiences are some of the most unsettling times I've ever had outdoors. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of the quiet, real-world things, violence, mystery, and signs of human presence where it shouldn't be. I stopped camping alone after that. There's too much out there that doesn't make sense and too many things that remind you just how vulnerable you really are in the wild. Sometimes the scariest things are the ones you can't explain, but you know are real. Out where I live, things are mostly quiet. My house is just outside a small town in Australia, right at the bottom of some low mountains. It's not the kind of place you'd call remote because there are properties scattered around. Maybe every 400 or 500 meters, you'll find a house or a farm. But there are stretches of road where it feels like no one's been for a long time. You can drive for close to a kilometer without seeing a single light or any sign of human life. The trees crowd close on both sides of the road there, mostly eucalypts and a few thick bushes that make the shadows feel alive even when it's quiet. One night, my mom and I were coming home pretty late. We'd been out visiting family in town and took the long way back because the road cuts through some nice scenery, and we usually listened to the radio to pass the time. That night, the sky was clear, a few stars flickering above, but the moon was barely up yet, so the road ahead was mostly dark, lit only by the headlights of the car. The air smelled sharp and cool with that fresh scent that comes after a little rain, though it hadn't rained for a couple of days. I remember the radio was playing some classic rock, nothing too loud, just enough to keep us company on the quiet drive. Mom and I were chatting quietly, just talking about random things and the week ahead. We rounded a bend on this narrow stretch of road where the trees grow really close to the edge, almost like they're leaning in, watching you drive by. I was about halfway through the turn when something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or some weird trick of the light, but then I saw it clearly. It was standing on the side of the road, not more than 10 meters away from us. At first glance, it looked like an animal, but it wasn't any animal I've ever seen or heard about. Its body was roughly the size of a medium dog, maybe the size of a Kelpie or a border collie. The fur was black, but not smooth or shiny like a healthy dog's. It looked patchy and mangy, like it hadn't had a proper meal or care in a long time. The fur hung off its frame in rough clumps, and some patches looked almost bare, exposing dark skin underneath. What freaked me out most was the head. It was too big for the body, almost abnormally large. It wasn't shaped like a dog's head either. It was longer, a bit wider at the back, with a strange shape I can't really explain. But what really froze me was the eyes. They were huge and bright green, glowing even in the weak car light. They didn't blink. The stare was fixed on us like it was studying every inch of the car, and the people inside. The eyes were almost hypnotic, but in a way that made my skin crawl. And then the neck. The neck was just ridiculous, impossibly long and thin. It looked like it shouldn't be able to hold up such a big head. It reminded me of a heron or some bird with a long neck, except it was covered in that same rough black fur. The way it moved its head slightly side to side made me realize how strange and unnatural it looked, like something wasn't quite right. Mom and I started swearing without thinking. Something about the sight just sent us into shock. I slammed the brakes a little and turned the wheel quickly, making a U-turn to get a better look. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I wanted to get a better look at whatever this thing was. I rolled the window down just a crack and slowed to a stop about 15 meters away from where it had been standing. But when I looked back carefully, there was nothing. No sign of it anywhere. Not behind trees, not on the ground, nowhere. It had disappeared completely in less than 10 seconds. I scanned the area for a while, headlights sweeping the roadside, but there was nothing at all. I've seen wild dogs and feral cats around here before, plenty of times. But this didn't look like either of them. The body was too slender for a wild dog, and the way it held its head and neck made it look unnatural. It was too big for any wild cat in this area too, and definitely nothing I'd ever heard about like a Tasmanian devil or a thylacine. For one thing, I don't live anywhere near Tasmania, and those creatures haven't been confirmed here for decades. Plus, the shape and size just didn't add up. The whole drive home, I couldn't stop thinking about that thing. It wasn't a hallucination or a trick of the eyes. Mom had seen it too, right there beside me in the car. We were both quiet after that, glancing nervously at the dark edges of the road, half expecting it to pop up again. But it never did. That was the first time I saw it. Since then, my family has spotted it 2 or 3 times, always late at night. We try not to talk about it too much, because it sounds ridiculous, and people usually just laugh it off. But my partner's dad has even seen it twice himself, once in the daylight and once at night. He's not the kind of guy to make things up, so I get the feeling we're not the only ones around here who have had this weird encounter. When you live out here, you learn to live with the unknown in some ways. There are plenty of kangaroos and wallabies that hop across the roads at night. There are the usual critters, snakes, and birds you expect. But this thing? It's different. The way it looks, the way it moves, the eyes that seem to watch you, it feels like something that shouldn't exist here. Like it slipped out from some nightmare and found a place to hide. It doesn't act like any animal I know. I've never seen it make a noise, never heard it growl or howl. It just watches like it's waiting. I don't know if it's hungry or scared or what, but the way it disappears like a shadow into the trees, you'd swear it's part ghost. But I don't believe in that stuff. I've gone back to that bend in the road in the daylight plenty of times. I've looked for tracks, for fur, for anything that might explain what this thing is, but there's nothing. The ground is hard-packed dirt and leaves. Sometimes there are kangaroo prints or the odd dingo track, but never anything like the strange creatures. And the weirdest thing is how quiet that stretch of road feels at night now. Even with all the usual sounds of the bush, crickets, frogs, the wind in the leaves, there's this heavy silence like something is watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. I try to explain it as a wild dog with a bad deformity or some weird animal mutation, but the neck alone throws me off. No animal I know can have that kind of neck and head ratio. It's like its body was designed wrong, or nature made a mistake. I don't tell people much about it because it sounds so strange, and most folks here don't believe in things that don't have a name. But after seeing it a few times, it's burned into my mind. Every time I'm out driving at night, I feel eyes on me, like something's just out of sight, watching and waiting. I know now to keep my doors locked and windows up when I'm on that part of the road. I try not to slow down too much or stop if I see shadows. The last thing I want is to get close enough for that thing to notice me properly. It doesn't matter if it's some weird feral dog or an animal nobody's ever identified before. I've seen it with my own eyes, and it's real. The way it looks, moves, and disappears without a trace is something I can't explain. The nights feel colder around there now, even in the summer. Sometimes, late at night when I'm lying awake, I imagine what it might be thinking, watching me from the shadows, waiting for its next chance to show itself. And the thought makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up like never before. I'm not sure if I want to see it again, but I know I probably will. I used to spend a lot of time hiking alone, It was one of the only things that made me feel clear-headed. The world gets quiet out there. I could be a couple miles from the nearest parking lot, just me and the river and the sound of leaves underfoot. I liked the silence. It felt honest. I'd go out for hours, take side trails, explore little pockets of the woods that weren't on any official map. I brought enough water, snacks, sometimes a book if I felt like sitting down and listening to the river. For a long time, it was my favorite way to unwind. This happened in early fall. The kind of cool where you still break a sweat moving, but don't mind it. I remember the way the wind felt that day because it kept rustling the trees, and the light would shift from shade to sun with every breeze. I liked that. I liked watching the river flash through the leaves as the wind passed. The trail I was on wasn't remote, not really. It ran along the river for about 5 miles, with some gentle climbs and drop-offs. Popular with mountain bikers on the weekends, but quiet during the week. That's when I'd go. I liked the quiet. I knew the trail well. I'd been down it a dozen times. There were these little offshoots, small footpaths that led toward the river through thick brush. Most of them weren't used much. You could tell by the way the grass grew up tall in the middle. I knew one of them led to a flat rock shelf by the water. I'd sat there before. It was a good place to stretch or eat something. That day I had my usual setup: backpack with water bottles, energy bars, small first aid kit, and a decent knife I'd picked up after a weird encounter the year before involving a guy asking too many questions about whether I hiked alone. I carried it now more for peace of mind than anything. I didn't think I'd ever need it. I'd gone about 2 miles in, maybe a little more. The trail curved along a hill, trees rising on one side, dropping away on the other. You couldn't see the river directly from the trail here, just flashes of it through the trees. I was walking at a steady pace, not rushing, just breathing in the smell of dry leaves and old bark. I wasn't listening to music. I like to hear what's around me. Then something felt off. I don't know how to explain it clearly. You just notice when something's wrong in the woods. Like a rhythm's been broken. It wasn't sound, exactly. It was absence. A pause. Like the woods themselves were holding their breath. The wind didn't stop. The leaves kept moving. But something underneath that rhythm had shifted. I slowed down. I didn't want to look jumpy, even though I was. I kept my steps even, kept my eyes forward, but I started scanning the edges of the trail. On the riverside, the brush was thick enough to hide someone if they were crouching down. That side drops down toward the water, maybe a 10 or 15-foot slope, then flattens out again. A lot of thin, bare trees and tangled bushes in there. That's when I saw him. He was crouched maybe 15 feet off the trail, just at the edge of the slope, partly behind a downed tree. He was in camo, pants, jacket, even a hat. At first, I thought I'd imagined it. My brain didn't want to make a person out of what I was seeing. I thought maybe it was just a hunter, but I knew there was no hunting allowed here. Signs were posted clearly at all the trailheads. This was a county area. Fishing was allowed in parts of the river, but not here, not where he was. And he wasn't fishing. He wasn't even near the water. He was crouched low, watching, still as stone. His face was mostly covered, but I could see the shape of his nose and cheek under a dark hood or mask. He didn't move, didn't shift, didn't turn his head, but I knew he saw me. I don't know how, but I felt it. The tension in his body was like a coiled spring. He was waiting for something, or watching for someone else. Maybe both. I didn't stop. I didn't flinch. I didn't change my pace. I kept walking, eyes forward. I didn't let on that I'd seen him. I made it maybe 20 steps before I pulled my phone out and acted like I was answering a call. I held it to my ear and started talking. Nothing important, just noise. I made my voice sound casual, upbeat, like I was meeting someone ahead on the trail. I talked about plans, meeting for lunch, how I was almost there. The trail didn't have cell service in most places, but I didn't care. I needed the illusion. I needed anyone watching to believe I wasn't alone. I kept walking and talking. Every few steps, I glanced behind me casually, like I was just checking the path. I didn't see him again, but I knew he was still there, still watching. After about half a mile, I started to see signs of other people. A guy on a bike passed me going the opposite direction. A couple with a dog was ahead, slowly walking. I felt myself breathe again. I caught up to the couple and stayed behind them for a bit, still pretending to be on the phone. When we reached the small parking lot near one of the side entrances, I finally let myself stop. My hands were shaking a little. I sat on a bench and waited. I made a real call that time, just to have someone on the other end. I didn't tell them what happened, just small talk. I sat there for nearly 30 minutes before I felt calm again. I watched the woods, watched the trailhead. Nobody came out who matched what I saw. Nobody suspicious. No one in camo. Just a jogger, a woman with a stroller, two teenage boys on bikes. Normal people. No one looked like they were hiding in the brush. I thought about reporting it. I really did. But what would I say? I saw a guy in camo near the trail. That's not illegal. He didn't approach me. He didn't say anything. Maybe he had a reason. Maybe he was just hiding from someone else. Maybe he was birdwatching. But no binoculars. No fishing rod. No gear. I know what I saw. He wasn't relaxing. He wasn't enjoying nature. He was hiding. Watching. That's what changed it for me. After that day, I didn't hike alone for a long time. I still haven't gone back to that trail. I told myself I'd be smarter next time. I bought a better knife. Looked up courses on personal safety. I even practiced some basic drills, things I remembered from someone I knew who used to teach me how to shoot. I don't carry a gun, personal choice, but I know how to use one. That helps. That memory. What sticks with me most isn't what he did. It's what he didn't do. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't run when he saw me. He just watched, like he was waiting for someone different. I think about how many people might have passed him that day. How many didn't notice? Or maybe they did, and they didn't say anything either. Maybe they're carrying knives now too. I've gone back to hiking sometimes, usually with a friend. I'm more careful now. I check trail maps. I let people know where I'm going. I trust my gut more, because that day taught me something. The woods are peaceful, but they're also quiet. Too quiet for comfort if someone means you harm. You scream out there, and it takes a while for sound to reach anyone who can help. And sometimes the scariest thing in the woods isn't a bear or a storm or getting lost. It's the guy you don't know, the one who doesn't belong, and the moment you realize he's watching. I set out on my 2-week solo backpacking trip with the usual mix of excitement and nerves. I'd done long hikes before, but this one was different. The plan was to check in with the ranger station every few days, but in between, I'd be completely alone in the mountains. For days of nothing but wilderness, no one around for miles. It was exactly what I wanted, to get away from the noise, the distractions, and just be with my own thoughts. I thought I was prepared, but I had no idea how much those days would change me. The first day of my solo stretch started with clear skies and cool mountain air. The trail wound through thick pine forests, the scent of damp earth and needles underfoot. I moved carefully, watching for signs of wildlife, but mostly just soaking in the quiet. My pack was heavy with supplies, but I was in good shape and steady on my feet. I covered a good 15 miles before stopping to set up camp on a small clearing near a stream. It was perfect, close enough to water, tucked under tall fir trees, and far enough off the main trail to feel private. As I unpacked, I noticed how still everything was. No birds chirping, no rustle of squirrels or deer. Just the whisper of wind through the branches. I shrugged it off. Maybe they were all hiding from me. I set up my tent carefully, making sure the stakes were tight and the rainfly secure. Then, I built a small fire pit out of stones and gathered wood for the night. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, the sun was dipping behind the ridge. The sky turned a deep blue, stars beginning to prick through the darkness. I lay there, listening to the night sounds, the occasional hoot of an owl, the soft trickle of the stream nearby. But then, something else started. At first, it was faint, soft, deliberate footsteps crunching on the dry pine needles just outside my tent. Not too close, but close enough that I could hear them clearly. I froze, heart pounding. I stayed perfectly still, straining to listen. The footsteps moved slowly, pacing around my camp, circling without getting any closer. I could almost hear breathing, steady and calm, but I couldn't see anything through the tent's thin fabric. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but it didn't sound right. It was too careful, too measured. I stayed awake most of the night, only drifting off for short stretches before waking again to the sound of those footsteps. Every time I tried to convince myself it was nothing, they would start again, making me tense and alert. By dawn, I was exhausted but relieved the night was over. The morning brought a bitter surprise. I got out of the tent to check my surroundings for any sign of what had been there. I looked for footprints, broken branches, anything out of place. There was nothing. No prints in the dirt, no signs of animals nearby, no disturbed vegetation. It was like whoever or whatever had walked around had left no trace at all. I packed up quickly, shaken but determined not to let it ruin my trip. I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the sounds of the forest playing tricks on me. The next day, I pushed harder, putting distance between myself and the spot. I crossed rocky ridges, climbed through narrow valleys, and followed the stream downstream. The terrain was tougher, but I was making good time. Still, the feeling of being watched never left me. Sometimes, when I stopped to rest, I'd catch the faintest noise behind me, like a twig snapping or a soft shuffle in the brush. I'd turn quickly, but there was never anyone there. That night, I was too scared to even crawl into my tent. Instead, I found a rocky outcrop with some thick bushes behind it. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and settled down, keeping my pack between my legs. I was exhausted and the cold bit into me, but I forced myself to stay awake, listening. The footsteps returned again, slower this time, circling around my little hideout, but never coming close enough to see. I heard nothing but the soft scrape of shoes or boots on dry ground. I couldn't tell if it was a man or something else. I wanted to scream or run, but I was trapped, frozen in place. Eventually, the footsteps faded away into the night. In the morning, I went back to where I had left my tent, but it was gone. My heart dropped as I saw the torn fabric lying on the ground. The tent had been cut into pieces, the sides slashed cleanly through like someone had taken a knife to it. My sleeping bag was ripped open, stuffing spilling out. My backpack was turned inside out, clothes and gear scattered around the clearing. I stared at the destruction, numb and scared. I couldn't understand it. Why would someone destroy my gear, but leave everything else alone? I searched around carefully, looking for clues or tracks, but again nothing. It was like the place had been wiped clean by an unseen force. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe someone had followed me. Maybe they wanted to scare me off, or worse. I had no choice but to keep moving. I was miles from the nearest road or help, and there was no signal on my phone. I packed what I could salvage and pushed onward, determined to finish the trip despite the fear settling deep inside me. The next few days were a nightmare. Every step felt like I was being watched, followed, tracked. I altered my route constantly, crossing streams, doubling back, hiding behind rocks and fallen trees to throw off whoever was behind me. I'd stop and wait for long stretches, sitting silently to see if any sound or movement would follow. But nothing ever appeared in plain sight. Just that constant feeling, that prickling on the back of my neck. At night, I barely slept. When I did, it was for short bursts before waking up, heart hammering. I heard the footsteps again, sometimes the faint rustle of brush, but nothing close enough to confront. I kept my knife close, but I never saw anything. When I finally reached the ranger station for my scheduled check-in, I was a wreck. I felt relieved to see the building, the little signs of civilization. I set up camp as close as I could, hoping for some peace. That night, the rangers offered me a place to sleep indoors. I accepted gratefully. The bed was hard, the room cold, but I slept better than I had in days. For the first time, I felt safe. The next morning, when I walked back to my camp, my heart sank again. My tent was destroyed, slashed sides, ripped sleeping bag, backpack emptied and thrown about. It looked like someone had come through with a knife, cutting everything apart, but leaving nothing valuable behind. The rangers took photos and reported it. I didn't want to stay any longer. One of the rangers gave me a ride back to base camp the next day, and then I went home. Even now, thinking about it, the fear lingers. I never saw who or what was following me, and the silence of those nights haunts me. The wilderness felt less like a place of peace and more like a trap, watched by something that never showed itself, but made its presence known in every snap of a twig, every soft step in the dark. It was real, it was terrifying, and I'm not sure I'll ever go back out there alone again. It was a quiet week at the camp, quieter than usual. Normally, we had a full crew of counselors, kitchen staff, and floaters. Those folks who could jump in wherever they were needed, but that week was thin. A couple people had left early for college stuff, another had a family emergency, and a few others were off for scheduled time. It was just the way the schedule had shaken out, and because the first group of campers wasn't set to arrive until a few days later, the director figured it was fine. He left in the morning to pick up a truckload of supplies from the nearest town. which was a couple hours away. By evening, it was just me and maybe one or two others scattered across the property, but no one was close by. You could walk a good 5 or 10 minutes without seeing another soul. The place felt empty in a weird way. Not spooky exactly, just very still. The air didn't even move much. No breeze, not a single rustling tree. The camp was wedged between two mountain ridges, thick with pines and firs, and they blocked most outside signals. Phones barely worked unless you climbed a ridge, which meant the old landline phones in some of the cabins still got regular use. After dinner, which was leftovers from earlier in the day, I decided to call a friend. One of those catch-up calls we all mean to make, but put off for weeks. There was a cabin near the old arts and crafts shed that still had a working landline. I walked up the hill in the dusky light, sun long gone behind the ridgeline, but the sky still glowing deep blue. I spent a good 40 minutes on the phone, sitting on the wooden porch steps with my feet in the dust, swatting away mosquitoes. I could hear frogs down at the lake starting up, and the cicadas were going off like they do when the day cools down. A couple bats flitted through the air above the trees. It was peaceful, a little lonely maybe, but peaceful. After I hung up, I sat for another minute, just listening. Then I realized it was darker than I thought. That quick drop between twilight and night had happened while I was talking, and now I was looking at full-on darkness settling in. I stood up, brushed my jeans off, and clicked on my flashlight. It wasn't a very strong one, just one of those cheap plastic ones from the camp supply closet. But it did the trick. I started walking the gravel path back toward the counselor cabins. To get to my cabin, I had to pass the flagpole circle near the main lodge and cut across the open field next to the swimming pool. The pool had been drained a few days earlier and sat there with leaves and a few blown-in pine needles at the bottom. The whole area felt bigger when it was empty, especially with no lights on. I could see my breath a little too, one of those mountain nights where the temperature drops fast. As I came around the flagpole, I was thinking about maybe making some tea before bed. That's when I saw it. Just past the pool, near the low stone wall we used as a sitting area during swim checks, something was moving. Something big. I froze. The flashlight beam was shaky in my hand, but I lifted it and aimed it toward the movement. It was a bear. A black bear. I'd never seen it that close before. Sure, we all knew one had been visiting the camp. It had been tipping over the dumpster for a few weeks now, always in the middle of the night. But nobody had actually laid eyes on it. Until now. It was big, way bigger than I had imagined. Even hunched forward on all fours, it looked like it could flatten me without even trying. I was about 12 feet away, maybe a little more. I had no weapon, no plan, just a cheap flashlight and the kind of adrenaline that turns your brain into static. I stood there, completely still, trying to remember every bear safety tip I'd ever heard. I had gone to a park ranger talk years ago during a family trip, and I tried to dig through the fog in my head to remember what they'd said. Don't run was the main thing. Make yourself look big. Don't turn your back. Talk calmly. I couldn't remember which of those applied to black bears versus grizzlies. The bear stopped walking and looked back at me. Not just a glance. It turned its whole body slightly and faced me directly. Its ears twitched. We stared at each other. I couldn't move. Not out of fear, exactly, but because I didn't want to set it off. I didn't know what it would do if I took a step forward or back. I wasn't breathing. The light from my flashlight hit it just right. Its fur wasn't shiny like I thought it would be, but kind of matte and dusty. You could see the curve of its shoulder blades, the thick muscle under the fur. Its snout twitched. I could tell it had noticed me before I noticed it, but it hadn't been alarmed until just now. It stared and I stared. I didn't blink. And the strangest thing happened. I got the weirdest feeling that it was thinking the same thing I was. Oh crap. Because it didn't snarl. It didn't paw the ground. It didn't charge. It didn't do any of the things my animal brain was screaming it might do. It just looked like it was trying to decide whether I was a threat. And I guess it decided I wasn't. After maybe 15 seconds, longer than you'd think, the bear turned and walked away. Not fast, not panicked. It didn't even trot. It just turned, pointed its nose toward the tree line past the far edge of the field, and walked away like it had somewhere else to be. Like it had simply changed its mind. I stood there for a long time after it disappeared into the dark. I couldn't hear it moving anymore. The gravel under my boots felt sharp when I finally shifted my weight. My hand was sore from gripping the flashlight so hard. My heart was still thudding, but I wasn't shaking anymore. Just hollow. Drained. I walked the rest of the way to my cabin, slower than usual. Every step I took, I glanced side to side. The woods were completely black. The sky above was filled with stars, clear as glass, but the ground was dark and quiet again. Inside the cabin, I locked the door. Not that it would have stopped a bear, but it felt better. I sat down on the edge of the bunk and replayed it in my head a dozen times. Had it really just walked away? It had. I hadn't yelled. I hadn't made myself look big. I hadn't done anything impressive. I had just stood there like a piece of wood, flashlight shaking in my hand, and it had left. I remembered the ranger talk again. He had said that sometimes just standing your ground was enough. Animals don't always want to fight. They want food, or a route, or quiet. If you don't get in their way, they move on. But if you run, then maybe you become part of the problem. That bear was just trying to get to the dumpster. I'd gotten in the way. It decided to find another route. The next morning, I told the other staff. Word got around quickly. By the time the campers arrived, it had turned into something else. A story. I didn't tell them much. One of the lifeguards said he'd heard I stared down the bear until it backed off. One of the kitchen staff said I chased it off with just a flashlight. I didn't correct them. When one of the kids asked me if I really saw a bear and made it run away, I just nodded. Let them believe it. It earned me a weird kind of status. The one who stood up to a bear. But the truth? I hadn't driven anything away. I'd just been lucky. I was in the right place, doing the least threatening thing possible. Still, it changed the way I moved around camp after that. I was more alert, listened harder to the quiet, watched the shadows longer. I never walked anywhere without that flashlight, and I always looked around corners, especially near the pool and the dumpster. I never saw the bear again, though the dumpster kept getting tipped for a few more weeks. Then it stopped. Maybe the bear found better food elsewhere. Maybe it got bored. Or maybe it remembered the human with the flashlight and figured this place wasn't worth the trouble. Whatever the reason, it never came back. But I never forgot that moment. The deep eye contact, the weight of stillness, the sense that both of us were thinking the same thing at the same time. It wasn't mystical. It wasn't a fairy tale. It was just two animals crossing paths in the woods, neither wanting trouble. That night taught me something I didn't know I needed to learn. Sometimes, doing nothing is the best you can do. Sometimes it's enough. I've lived in the same house for over 10 years. It's the only house down a long, quiet country road. The kind of road where grass grows right up to the edges of the gravel and where dust hangs in the air long after a vehicle passes. It's peaceful most days. My husband and I moved out here for the quiet, for the space, and to raise animals without worrying about neighbors too close by. Our closest neighbor lives about 2 miles away down the next road over. The rest of it is pastureland and forest, national forest to be exact. Miles and miles of trees and dirt, and whatever else lives out there. We have 3 large dogs, German shepherds, who roam the fenced-in yard at night. We keep them out there mostly to keep coyotes from bothering the livestock. We've got a few goats, a handful of chickens, and 2 donkeys who'll scream bloody murder if anything seems off. So when something stirs outside, we usually know. That night, though, none of the livestock made a sound. Just the dogs. It was around 3 a.m. I remember because I glanced at my phone when I first sat up in bed, jolted awake by the barking. It wasn't just regular barking. It was that low, sharp, aggressive kind they use when they're not just alert, but ready to tear into something. My husband was already swinging his legs out of bed before I fully processed it. We both thought coyotes were in the yard. That happens from time to time, and it's usually nothing serious, but we never take chances. We scrambled to get our shoes on. He grabbed his rifle, and I had my phone already in my hand, ready to shine the flashlight around the property. Just as I bent down to lace up one of my boots, I heard it muttering. Not the kind of wind in the trees, maybe you imagined it type sound. Actual words, low and steady, like someone was talking to themselves. I stopped tying my boots and looked at him. He froze too, listening. It was coming from the front porch. Our porch is covered and has a swing on it, a couple of chairs, and one of those old-fashioned thermometers nailed to the post. There's a motion light, but it's not the most reliable. It'll flick on for a moth and sometimes stay dark even when something big moves under it. We stood there in the hallway for a moment, just listening to this voice muttering something we couldn't quite make out. My husband loaded a round into the rifle and walked slowly to the door. I stood back, phone in my hand, ready to dial. The muttering stopped, and then came a knock. Not a loud one, just a slow, easy knock like someone asking to borrow sugar or deliver a package. Calm. My husband whispered for me to dial 911. I did, keeping the phone pressed to my ear while he moved to the peephole. The dispatcher answered. I whispered our address and told her someone was on our porch, that we were armed, and that they needed to send someone fast. She asked me to stay on the line. I kept the phone close, but tried not to speak. He leaned close to the peephole. After a moment, he stepped back, his face hard. It's a woman, he whispered. Early 30s, maybe. Just standing there. She didn't look homeless or strung out, according to him. She looked clean, calm, just waiting. He didn't open the door. We weren't idiots. We'd heard the stories about people getting robbed, people pretending to be hurt or alone, and then rushing in with others once the door opened. We lived far out, and help wasn't always quick. The idea that someone would show up on our porch this far from town, at 3 a.m, calmly knocking like it was Sunday afternoon didn't sit right. He spoke loud enough for her to hear through the door. Told her the cops were on the way. Told her she could sit on the porch swing if she needed to wait, but that we were armed and wouldn't hesitate if anyone tried to come inside. There was a long pause, and I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. Then he said she smiled. Not a creepy smile. Not forced. Just like she was happy we were awake. Then she said something. She said, "That's okay, sir. I just wanted to let you know the thing in the woods is coming, and he'll be here soon. Good luck." He watched her turn and walk down the driveway like she had all the time in the world. No rush, no fear, just casually heading back into the dark. The dispatcher stayed on the line with us until the county deputy showed up about 20 minutes later. She told me to let the dogs out. They'd help if anyone was still around. They bolted out, noses to the ground, barking their heads off, but they didn't chase anyone. Just ran circles around the yard and then followed the trail down the driveway. The deputy searched the property, walked the edge of the woods with a flashlight, even drove slowly up and down the road. Nothing. No sign of a car, no tracks, nothing. Just an empty night and our dogs still riled up. For days after, I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept the doors locked even during the day. My husband started carrying his rifle more often. We checked the fence line every morning. Nothing seemed disturbed. No signs of someone hiding out in the woods or squatting in the barn. Still, something about the way she'd stood there, quiet, not afraid, like she knew something we didn't, hung in my mind. A few days passed. We told a few close friends and family, mostly to vent, maybe to see if anyone else had seen anything. Everyone thought it sounded like someone high or crazy, which we had considered too, but she hadn't acted erratic. No twitching, no wild eyes, no nonsense. She didn't look high, at least not through the peephole. And that sentence, about the thing in the woods, felt rehearsed, like something you'd say if you wanted to mess with someone. The following Tuesday, my husband was at the feed store picking up some supplies when a guy from the next road over, our closest neighbor, stopped him in the parking lot. He asked if we'd had any weird late-night visitors recently. My husband's face must have said enough, because the man launched into his own story. A girl, same description, showed up at his house just after 1 a.m. over the weekend. Same thing, calm knock on the door. No panic, just standing there, asking for help. But this time, she said she needed water, a phone, maybe to use the bathroom. He told her he'd call the cops for her. That's when he heard a voice from the darkness say, "No fucking cops." He didn't open the door. He backed into the kitchen and called 911 right away. He kept her talking while he waited. Asked questions, tried to get her to say more. She didn't react to the voice. Just kept saying she was thirsty, needed help. Luckily, a highway patrol officer happened to be nearby and got there fast. They caught them, her and 2 men. One guy was hiding just out of sight behind a truck parked on the side of the road. The other guy and another girl were in a car parked about 100 feet away, engine still warm. Turns out, the group was wanted. Distributing narcotics. Selling stolen medication. Been breaking into houses, sometimes while people were home. At least one of them had warrants out for assault. The girl had apparently been the lure, the one who looked non-threatening, who knocked like she just needed help. We gave a statement, described her, and the night she came to our porch. The cops said we were probably a test run, or maybe they thought we were easy targets living far out, no close neighbors. Didn't expect us to be so cautious. Didn't expect the dogs. For weeks after, I checked the cameras constantly. We added a few more trail cams around the property. My husband reinforced the locks. We moved a shotgun to the hall closet, just in case. The dog stayed inside at night for a while, just for peace of mind. I think what scared me most wasn't the danger. We're used to being careful. Living this far out, to look after yourself. What scared me was how normal she looked. How calm she was. No mask. No weapon in sight. Just that steady knock and a strange message that felt almost like a threat disguised as something harmless. They weren't monsters. They weren't demons or spirits or whatever else people like to think lurks out in the woods. They were just people. People who used calm and patience to hide what they were planning. People who thought a house in the middle of nowhere meant vulnerability. And maybe for some it would have, but not ours. The thing in the woods wasn't some creature. It was them. And they're in jail now. We still lock the doors every night. Still check the fence lines. Still keep our dogs close. Because the real danger isn't what's hiding in the trees. It's what walks up to your front porch and smiles. A few years ago, I was driving cross-country, not really with a destination in mind, but more with the intent of seeing the parts of the country I had never experienced. I was in the middle of a long stretch through Northern California, heading up the coast, when I decided to stop for the night at Prairie Creek Redwoods State Park. I had heard stories about the redwoods, how they could make you feel small in a way that was comforting rather than humbling, and I'd always wanted to see them with my own eyes. It was early November, the air already starting to hint at winter, and I pulled into the campground around 4 in the afternoon. There was a chill in the air, the kind that makes you instinctively reach for a jacket even if you don't think you'll need it. The sun was already low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I parked in a pull-through site tucked between enormous trees that blocked much of the sky. They seemed to absorb sound too, or maybe just quiet the world by their presence. Even though I'd driven all day, I wasn't ready to settle in yet. I'm not really the kind of person who sits still well, and being out there, in that place, gave me a sort of restless energy. I checked the map and found a loop trail that circled through the old growth and came back around to the campground, maybe 7 miles in total. I figured I could run most of it and walk the rest if I had to. Sunset was supposed to be just after 5:30, and I told myself that an hour and a half would be enough if I kept a good pace. I laced up my trail shoes, zipped my jacket to the top, and set off with a small headlamp in my pocket, just in case. The trail started out gentle, winding along a moss-covered forest floor, flanked by ferns as high as my waist. Everything felt soft, the light, the air, even the sound of my shoes against the dirt. I had run in forests before, but this wasn't just any forest. It felt still in a way I hadn't experienced before. Not silent exactly, just absent of the kinds of sounds I was used to. No traffic in the distance, no buzzing insects, no other people. Just the sound of my own breathing and the faint rustle of my movement through undergrowth. The trail rose gradually, hugging the side of a narrow valley. I passed a stream, then a fallen tree so wide that a family could have picnicked on it comfortably. Everything smelled of earth and wood, and the kind of dampness that only comes from places that never truly dry out. The canopy above was thick, and even though I knew the sun hadn't set yet, the light had dimmed significantly. It was the kind of dim that doesn't feel alarming at first. It creeps up slowly, moment by moment, until you suddenly realize you're straining to see your next step. At around the halfway mark, the trail became steeper, zigzagging up the side of another ridge. I slowed to a walk, partly because of the climb, partly because I could no longer see the roots and rocks clearly. I took out the headlamp and clipped it around my forehead, but didn't turn it on just yet. I still wanted to keep my night vision as long as I could. There was something about using artificial light in that place that felt wrong, like it would break the spell of being part of the forest rather than just visiting it. Another mile or so passed, and by now it was hard to make out any detail in the trees. The trunks were just immense black columns rising into deeper shadow, their tops lost in the darkness. I paused and tried to gauge where I was. The map I'd looked at before setting out hadn't shown many intersections, and I hadn't seen any turnoffs. Still, something about the trail felt different. I wasn't lost, not really, but I no longer had that certainty I'd had at the start. I kept walking. My breath puffed out in small clouds, and the air felt colder than before. I started to think about how long it would take to get back, whether I'd beat full darkness, whether I should just turn the light on and accept the break in the mood. I remember distinctly thinking that I wasn't scared, just alert. It was like my senses had adjusted to the quiet and the darkness, and I was part of the place now rather than just passing through it. And then I came around a bend and stopped. Right in the middle of the trail ahead of me was a glowing orb. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a basketball, and it floated just above the trail at chest height. It gave off a soft, silvery white light, like moonlight concentrated into a single point. It wasn't bright enough to light the forest around it, but it was enough to make the surrounding trees seem darker by contrast. I stood completely still, trying to understand what I was seeing. At first, I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I closed them for a few seconds, let them adjust, then opened them again. The orb was still there. I remember blinking rapidly, then squinting, trying to find the source. It didn't cast shadows, and it didn't flicker. It was just there, perfectly still, silent, and suspended in space. Part of me thought I should be afraid, but I wasn't. Not in the way you'd expect. I felt something else, something I still struggle to describe. It was a heightened awareness, not adrenaline exactly, but a complete immersion in the moment. I could hear the faint creak of trees shifting in the wind, could smell the damp loam beneath my shoes, could feel the cool air moving around my fingers as I raised my hand and slowly reached toward the light. I half expected to feel something, heat maybe, or a sort of tingling static, but there was nothing. My hand passed right through it. I could see my fingers outlined against the silvery glow, each detail illuminated as if under a soft spotlight. I moved my hand back and forth, watched the light dance across my skin, and felt a strange mix of wonder and uncertainty. I wasn't hallucinating. I was wide awake, fully grounded, and yet this thing, whatever it was, didn't belong in any framework I had for the natural world. I stayed there longer than I realized. Time didn't move the way it usually does. Eventually, though, the cold caught up to me. My body began to shiver lightly, and I remembered that I still had a few miles to go. I started looking for a way around the orb, not wanting to walk through it completely, even though my hand had passed through with no resistance. As I stepped to the side, trying to skirt the edge of the trail, I looked up, and that's when I saw it. The moon had just cleared the ridge to the east. It was nearly full, glowing with that same silvery white light. And suddenly it clicked. The orb wasn't an orb at all. It was a shaft of moonlight, projected through the dense canopy in such a way that, from my perspective, it appeared to be hovering in the middle of the trail. The steep angle of the valley, the way the trees framed the light, the timing of the moonrise, all of it had come together to create this illusion. What I'd seen was just a concentrated beam of moonlight, caught in the misty air above the trail. I stepped fully into the beam and turned to look back at it. From the other angle, it lost its shape entirely. Just diffuse light, blending into the night around it. I looked back once more and could barely make out the outline of where it had seemed to float. The illusion was gone. The rest of the walk back was uneventful but slow. I turned on my headlamp, finally giving in to practicality. The forest felt different now. Not less peaceful, but more grounded. I still moved quietly, still felt like I was a guest in a place that didn't need me, but the edge of strangeness had faded. I had seen something beautiful, something that at first seemed otherworldly, and come away with an explanation that didn't diminish it. When I finally made it back to the campground, the fire pit was just as I'd left it, cold and empty. I changed into dry clothes, cooked a simple meal over my camp stove, and sat for a long time just staring into the darkness between the trees. The quiet was complete. No voices, no animals, just the occasional whisper of wind. I've thought about that night many times since then, about the feeling I had when I first saw that orb. It wasn't fear. It wasn't even awe. It was a kind of presence I rarely feel in my normal life. A total awareness of where I was, how small I was, and how vast the world could be when I slowed down enough to really see it. The fact that the experience turned out to be explainable didn't take away from its impact. If anything, it made it better, because it reminded me that the world doesn't need magic to be strange or wonder to be real. Sometimes all it takes is being in the right place, at the right time, with your eyes open. That night, the redwoods gave me something I didn't know I was looking for, a reminder of how mysterious the natural world can still be, even without anything supernatural. I went to sleep that night with the sound of wind in the trees, and woke the next morning to fog hanging low between the trunks. As I packed up to leave, I looked back once at the trailhead. I didn't need to go back. That moment would stay with me. And it has. I don't spend a lot of time in seclusion, not the kind where you don't hear anything for miles except the wind in the trees. I'm more used to seeing the tops of silos and the occasional combine than I am to feeling completely boxed in by woods. But still, I've got a story. One that stuck with me way longer than it should have. I live in rural Ohio. There's not much around me except a few sleepy towns and a lot of space in between them. Farms, old barns, roads that turn to gravel and then disappear into the trees. One of my good friends, let's call him Aaron, comes from a family with money. Not we've got a second car kind of money, but that we own a whole damn farmhouse and don't even live in it kind. His family bought this place a while back, some old property deep in the sticks. They fixed it up a bit, slapped a new roof on the barn, cut back the brambles, cleaned out the well. But they didn't move in. I think it was mostly just a thing to say they owned. Maybe something his dad could show off when he brought business partners around. We'd been there a couple times before to hang out in the barn, mess around in the fields, play music with the amp turned all the way up since there were no neighbors to complain. But we'd never run there. Not seriously. That fall, Aaron and I were both in killer shape. We ran cross-country all through high school, and we'd just come back from running at state. You get used to pushing through pain after that. Running 8-10 miles feels like walking to the mailbox after a season like that. We were in that sweet spot where the legs are strong, the lungs are open, and your mind goes on autopilot as the miles tick by. It was one of those early November days that still feels like fall if you squint. You know the kind, trees half bare, air cool enough to make your skin prickle when the wind cuts through your shirt, but not cold enough for gloves. The kind of day where if you stand still too long your nose starts to run, but when you're moving, it feels perfect. No bugs, no sweat dripping in your eyes, just you and the rhythm of your feet hitting the earth. We planned out the route in the most half-assed way possible. 8 miles total, about 4 out and 4 back. Start with 2 miles down the paved county road that led past the barn, then take whatever gravel or dirt paths we found interesting enough to explore, and see how far we could get before turning around or looping back. We weren't worried about getting lost. We both had GPS watches that logged our distance and the path we took. The idea was to run hard, enjoy the scenery, and maybe see something new. We took off at a steady pace. The road felt solid under our feet. Every so often, a pickup would rumble past, but other than that, it was quiet. After about 2 miles, we found a gravel road branching off into the woods. It wasn't marked, no gate, no private property signs, just an old, worn tire track cutting through the trees. We slowed down a bit, then turned down it. We figured it was probably an old logging road, or maybe a utility access path. This part of the state has a lot of those paths that lead to old sheds or deer blinds, or just deeper into nowhere. After maybe half a mile on the gravel, we came to a spot where the road dipped and narrowed. Off to the right was a walking trail. It was a bit overgrown, but you could still tell it had been cleared at some point, maybe an old hiking trail or ATV track. There were no recent footprints or tire tracks, though. The leaves were thick, crunchy under our shoes, and the woods closed in tight on both sides. That's when things started to shift in my head. It was subtle at first. The light filtered through the trees in a way that made it hard to tell time. 1 minute it felt like noon, the next like the sun had dropped behind a hill. The air got cooler, and it felt like the woods got quiet. Not silent, but muffled. You know how it feels when it's about to storm? That weird pressure, like the air itself is holding its breath? It felt like that. I didn't say anything. Neither did Aaron. We just kept running, our shoes scuffing the dirt, our breaths coming out in little puffs of steam. I don't wear my glasses when I run. I'm nearly blind without them, but I don't like them bouncing on my face. Usually, it's not a problem. I just follow the guy in front of me. Aaron was ahead of me that day, maybe 10 or 15 feet. He had the better stride, more confident on uneven ground. I was focused on my breathing, zoning out like I normally do when the pace is steady. And then I smacked into him. It wasn't just a bump. I ran full into his back. He didn't flinch, didn't move, just stood there like a rock. I stumbled backward and looked up, confused, trying to focus on whatever had made him stop. I couldn't make it out right away. My eyes are bad, like I said, but even through the blur I could tell something was wrong. There was something hanging in front of us. It looked like a trap. One of those big steel bear traps you see in movies, the kind with teeth on the jaws. It wasn't on the ground, though. It was hanging from a low branch, swinging gently like someone had just set it in motion. There was rope tied to it, maybe fishing line or wire, I couldn't tell. It swayed slightly in the breeze, creaking as it moved. I looked around and noticed there were more. Not just one. A few feet ahead, another. To the left, another one. All hanging. All placed deliberately, like someone was trying to make a wind chime out of instruments of pain. My stomach dropped. This wasn't a place for hunting. This wasn't a trail someone maintained for fun. This was something else. That's when I saw it. Or rather, I think I saw it. Leaning up against a tree maybe 20-30 feet away. Just far enough that I had to squint. It looked like a person, slumped over like they were sleeping, or maybe tied there. But the posture was off. The limbs were too stiff. The head was tilted at a weird angle. It wasn't moving. I didn't know what I was seeing. My brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe a mannequin. Maybe some kind of effigy. Maybe a scarecrow someone dragged out here as a joke. But even as I thought those things, my legs were already moving. Aaron shoved me lightly, just enough to get me moving in the right direction. And then we ran. Harder than we ever had. No looking back. No checking the GPS. No pacing ourselves. Just flat-out panic. The trail blurred around us as we sprinted. I could feel branches whipping at my arms, leaves crunching underfoot. My lungs started to burn, but I didn't slow down. Every twist in the trail felt like it might be the last. I half expected something, or someone, to step out in front of us at any moment. We didn't speak. Not one word. There wasn't time. Our bodies just took over. It felt like we were being chased, even though we never heard a sound behind us. It was just a feeling. That kind of deep, instinctual fear that comes from somewhere older than language. We burst back onto the gravel road, nearly sliding on the loose rock. I could see the paved road up ahead like salvation. We didn't stop running until we hit the asphalt. Only then did we slow down, panting, bending over with hands on our knees, gasping for air. My chest felt like it was going to explode. Aaron was pale. I asked him what he saw. Later, when we were back at the barn and our hearts had stopped trying to punch holes in our ribs, he told me. He'd seen what looked like a person leaning against the tree. But it wasn't just slumped, it was bloody. The arms were streaked with something red, the shirt torn, the head sagging like the neck had been broken or was being held on by threads. There were more traps on the ground that I hadn't seen, half buried under leaves. And around the base of the tree, bones. Not full skeletons, just bits, maybe deer, maybe not. We didn't stay long enough to check. We sat in silence for a long time after that, just listening to the wind rattle the tin roof of the barn. Neither of us wanted to go back and see if it was real. We didn't tell anyone for a while. What would we even say? Hey, there's a tree in the woods with a bloody scarecrow and traps hanging from the branches. It sounded like something from a bad horror movie. But a few weeks later, Aaron called me. He'd gone back, this time with his older brother, who had a shotgun and a lot less hesitation. They followed the trail, used the GPS route from his watch. But when they got there, nothing. No traps, no figure, no bones. Just a quiet patch of woods and some flattened grass where we'd run. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I don't care if it was cleaned up or if it was never real in the first place. Something was out there. Something was watching. Something wanted us to see what it left behind. We never ran there again. We barely even talked about it. That part of the woods we left alone. Whatever was out there, it didn't want company. And I wasn't going to be the one to find out why. To this day, when I run, I stick to the roads. Where people can see me. Where my feet hit pavement and there are no shadows in the trees. The woods don't feel the same anymore. Not since that day. Not since we found the place where someone, or something, left a message. And we got it loud and clear. I was the navigation officer aboard a research ship, a sturdy vessel built for long journeys across remote waters. Our mission was to collect oceanographic data, mapping currents, temperatures, and biological activity in the South Pacific. We had been sailing for weeks, charting vast stretches of ocean, until finally we approached the coastline of Papua New Guinea. The landscape there was wild and rugged, dense jungle stretching to the water's edge, broken by narrow bays and jagged cliffs. We arrived at one such bay late in the evening. It was nearly 10 o'clock when we slipped quietly into the inlet, guided by faint echoes from the echo sounder and my careful navigation through the charts. The night was black, almost complete darkness swallowing the coastline, except for the faint outlines of hills against the sky. The water was calm, with only the gentle lapping of waves against the hull breaking the silence. We dropped anchor slowly, letting the chain run until it hit bottom, the anchor biting into the sea floor and holding us steady. I went to the chart table to mark our position. The paper chart was old, worn at the edges, and there was a small handwritten note next to the bay's name. Native village reported in the area. I glanced up toward the shore, looking for any sign of life, fires, lanterns, or any kind of light, but there was nothing. No flickering flames or shadows. The coastline was empty in the darkness. I didn't think much of it at first. The village could be inland or hidden by the thick forest, or maybe the locals had long since abandoned the shore for the night. I turned on all the deck lights and the underwater lights around the hull. The deck lights illuminated the ship's surfaces in cold white light, making the steel decks gleam in the dark. The underwater lights shone down into the water beneath the hull, casting a strange blue glow in the Black Sea. Usually, these lights attract schools of fish, tiny creatures glowing like fireflies, swimming just below the surface. I went back inside to the bridge to take my night watch position. Everyone else on the ship was already asleep. The first officer had sent me the watch with no special instructions, except to keep an eye on our position and be ready for any changes in weather or unexpected events. The air was warm and thick, heavy with the smell of salt and damp wood. The door to the bridge was open, and I liked the sound of the night outside. The distant calls of birds, the subtle rustle of leaves, and the gentle splash of water against the hull. With all the lights on, I could see only about 25 yards away before the mist swallowed everything beyond. The night air was moist, with a faint haze clinging to the surface of the sea. The stars were hidden behind thick clouds, so the world outside was a dark, gray blur broken only by the harsh pools of artificial light. As I sat, watching the instruments and charts, I began to hear a faint splashing sound. It was light and rhythmic, like someone quietly moving through the water just outside the ship. I stepped out onto the deck to look. I scanned the water beneath the underwater lights, expecting to see fish darting about as usual, but there was nothing. No sign of movement other than the occasional ripple on the surface. Shrugging it off, I went back inside to the bridge, but the splashing continued. It was faint, coming from different directions at different times. It wasn't the sound of the ship rocking in the swell or the usual noise of waves. It was deliberate, almost like someone walking through shallow water. I tried to locate where it was coming from, but the mist and darkness made it impossible. Curious and a bit uneasy, I decided to check the infrared camera system in the chart room. The cameras were designed to pick up heat signatures in the dark, allowing us to see what human eyes could not. I flicked the switch, and the screen flickered to life. My breath caught in my throat. There, just beyond the reach of our deck and underwater lights, I could see the unmistakable outlines of dozens of small canoes. About 50 of them. They were arranged in a rough circle or cluster, bobbing gently on the water. Each canoe held 2 or 3 people, all motionless, watching us with steady, unwavering eyes. Their faces, bodies, and the canoes themselves glowed faintly in the infrared spectrum, their heat signatures glowing white against the Black Sea. They weren't coming closer, they just floated there, maintaining their positions with quiet, occasional paddling. The silence between the splashes was unnerving. I could feel my heart pounding hard in my chest. Despite the cameras showing their shapes clearly, I couldn't see any movement with my own eyes. They were completely invisible in the thick darkness and mist. I called a deckhand up quietly, careful not to make too much noise and cause panic. I showed him the camera screen, and his face grew pale. We spent the next hour walking the decks, pacing back and forth, so the men could see there were people awake and moving about. Still, the canoes stayed in place, drifting just beyond the range of the deck lights, watching us. The night stretched endlessly. The men on the canoes never made a sound. There was no yelling, no splashing beyond the faint rhythmic sounds I first heard, no sign of hostile intent, but the sheer number of them and their silence created a suffocating feeling of isolation. I was a small ship, alone in a vast, dark sea, surrounded by an unseen but watchful presence. I remember how cold the sweat was on my back despite the tropical warmth of the air. Every creak of the ship's timbers, every splash of water against the hull sounded like thunder in the quiet night. The mist seemed to thicken, swallowing even the deck light's glow. I could feel a cold tightness in my throat, like a knot of fear that wouldn't go away. The rest of the crew stayed asleep, unaware of the silent watchers on the water. I couldn't shake the feeling that the canoes were not just curious, but that they were holding some kind of silent power. I wondered about their lives, their stories, the long years without a ship visiting their bay. What did they think of us? Were we intruders or just strangers? Eventually, as dawn approached, the first light of morning began to filter through the clouds. The mist thinned, and the silhouettes of the canoes grew clearer, until they were visible to the naked eye as small wooden vessels with simple sails furled at their masts. As the sun rose higher, the people in the canoes began to paddle closer to the ship. When they boarded the ship's small boats, they came aboard with calm, steady movements. They were young and old, men and women, their skin dark and weathered by sun and sea. Their eyes held the same quiet intensity from the night before, but now there was a softness in their faces. They brought fruits, fish, and handmade crafts to trade, their movements gentle and respectful. It was clear now that their village had been there for generations, deep in the jungle beyond the bay. They hadn't seen a ship in years, maybe decades. They told no stories, spoke no words as I watched, but their presence explained everything: the splashing, the watching, the night filled with quiet ghosts of the past. The sun climbed higher, warming the deck. The tension of the night slowly lifted. The crew came up on deck, drawn by the visitors and the slow unfolding of the morning. I stayed near the chart room, still shaken but relieved. The day passed with trade and quiet observation. The visitors were cautious but friendly, curious about the ship and its technology. By late afternoon, they slipped back into their canoes and paddled slowly away, melting back into the shadows of the jungle coast. The experience stayed with me long after we left that bay. It was a reminder that no matter how much we think we understand the world, there are places where time stands still, where people live by different rules and watch silently from the dark, waiting for the moment they decide whether we are welcome or not. That night, and the next day, I couldn't forget the way those canoes circled us like shadows on the water, silent watchers in the dark, reminding me how small and alone we really are in the vastness of the ocean. I remember my dad telling me this story more than once, and each time, the way he told it made it feel like the strangest, most unsettling thing he'd ever seen. Yet he insisted it wasn't anything you'd chalk up to ghosts or fantasy. It was real, and it still made no sense. Back in the 1980s, when my dad was stationed in Germany with the US Army, the tension was always there, Cold War vibes and all that. Every 10 years or so, the Army ran this huge training exercise they called a winter reforger. Basically, it was a massive war game where two sides competed against each other, simulating real combat in freezing winter conditions. My dad and one of his buddies were assigned to a tank unit during one of these exercises. They were supposed to move out and get into position, but things didn't go quite as planned. A complication came up, communications got crossed or some equipment broke down, and my dad and his buddy had to hold their spot, waiting for reinforcements. They were stuck in this small German town, surrounded by snow-covered streets, with nothing much to do but wait. The cold bit at their faces as they stared across the frozen fields, bored out of their minds. So, to kill some time, they decided to take a walk into town to grab a bottle of apple corn, this local type of apple-flavored alcohol, which was a kind of sweet, sharp drink that gave warmth when you needed it most. It wasn't about getting drunk. It was more like a way to break the monotony, get a little taste of normal life amidst all the military drills and cold metal of their tanks. As they walked through the quiet streets, the snow crunching under their boots, they noticed a young boy riding a bicycle slowly down the road. He looked maybe 10 or 12, with a thin frame and a pale face, bundled up in a dark coat and hat. My dad and his buddy stopped the boy and asked him if he knew where they could get a bottle of apple corn. The boy gave them directions, simple enough, just down the main road, then left at the church, and they'd find a bar where they could get what they wanted. The boy didn't say much more and looked a little too serious for his age, but they followed his directions. As they rounded the corner, they saw the bar, a low, squat building with a faded wooden sign hanging crooked above the door. Inside, through the grimy windows, they could see a crowd of people gathered, laughing, talking, and drinking. It looked warm and inviting, especially against the cold outside. What puzzled my dad was that the boy hadn't mentioned the bar at all. You'd think a kid would say, "Go here to get your apple corn." But no, maybe it was nothing, just a kid being a kid. So they stepped inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, the whole place fell silent. Every single person in the bar stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at my dad and his buddy. The waitress stopped wiping down a glass mid-motion. The group by the fireplace froze, their laughter dying on their lips. The bartender paused with a bottle in hand. Even the old man slouched in the corner, smoking a pipe, looked up sharply. The silence hung thick and heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. Then, just as suddenly as it had stopped, everyone went back to what they were doing. The talking resumed, the laughter picked up, the waitress went back to wiping glasses. It was like no one had noticed the two strangers at all. That pause, though, it rattled my dad. He could still feel it, that wave of unease, like walking into a room where no one wanted you there, but pretending they didn't notice. My dad and his buddy moved to the bar and asked for a bottle of apple corn. The bartender gave them a long look, but shook his head, refusing to sell them any. Instead, he slid 2 small shot glasses across the bar and filled them with apple corn, then gave a curt nod. They drank the shots. The taste was strong and sweet, burning down their throats and warming their chests. Then, before they could say another word, a waitress appeared with a giant bowl of stew. It was thick and hearty, filled with chunks of meat and potatoes, smelling like something made from scratch over a slow fire. She set the bowl down in front of them and motioned for them to eat. The other patrons were passing around similar bowls, each person taking a handful of stew before passing it to the next person. My dad wasn't hungry, and he told his buddy he didn't want to eat, just wanted to buy some apple corn and leave. But every time they tried to decline, someone else would appear with another bowl or a fresh shot. The offer wasn't just polite, it felt insistent, like refusing wasn't really an option. After a while, they stopped trying to explain and just sat there, awkward and uneasy, passing bowls around and taking small sips of apple corn shots. The bar felt like a trap, like they'd stumbled into some closed-off world that didn't want outsiders. The people inside kept eyeing them, smiling politely, but the smiles never reached their eyes. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my dad and his buddy decided they'd had enough. They got up, thanked the bartender silently, and stepped back out into the cold night. As they wandered the streets, looking for another place to buy a bottle, they passed the same boy on his bicycle again. They asked him about the bar, about why they wouldn't sell them any apple corn, and if the place was safe. The boy's face went pale, his eyes wide with shock. He stammered, barely able to say the words. "You went to that place?" before pedaling off as fast as his legs could carry him. That reaction sent a chill down my dad's spine. They looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. What the hell had they just walked into? Curiosity and unease pulled them back to the bar. Maybe the boy was joking or there was some kind of misunderstanding, but they had to check it out. When they got there, the bar was dark and empty. The lights were off, the windows were grimy and dusty, and the door was locked tight. They peered inside and saw nothing but overturned chairs and tables, covered in thick layers of dust and cobwebs. The shelves behind the bar were bare. No bottles, no glasses, nothing that resembled the lively place they'd just left. The silence was overwhelming. It was like the bar hadn't been open in years, yet minutes before it had been packed with people. They checked around the block, making sure they were in the right place. It was definitely the same building. No signs of recent activity. The snow outside was undisturbed, except for their own footprints. Nothing explained it. Shaken, my dad and his buddy found another bar a few blocks over. This one smaller and more modest, but at least they could buy a bottle of apple corn there. They paid quickly and left, eager to get back to their tanks and away from that eerie town. For years afterward, whenever my dad told that story, he never added anything about ghosts or magic. He always said it was the weirdest, creepiest thing he'd ever experienced. The way everyone had looked at them when they walked into the bar, the insistence on feeding and giving drinks without selling, the boys' terrified reaction, and the bar's sudden disappearance. It all made no sense. He swore on it, said something about that place didn't belong in the real world, but it was real enough to touch and feel and walk through. He never went back, and neither did his buddy. The story stuck with me, not because it was scary in the way of monsters or ghosts, but because it showed how sometimes reality itself can twist in ways you don't expect. You think you're just stopping in for a drink, but then you realize you're somewhere you don't belong. And sometimes the hardest thing is just walking away and never looking back. It was one of those blistering summer days where the heat just doesn't let up, no matter how deep into the woods you go. The kind where your skin sticks to your clothes and the air feels heavy in your lungs. We had set up camp that afternoon. Me, my fiancée at the time, and a close friend of ours, in a pretty isolated patch of forest about 2 hours from the nearest town. It wasn't a proper campground or anything like that, just a flat clearing off a dirt path we found while exploring backroads. We liked it that way, quiet, remote, no other campers around to break the stillness. The place had a kind of quiet charm to it. Tall trees stretched up like cathedral walls, their leaves creating a thin, patchy roof overhead. There were no sounds of cars, no distant hum of cities, just birds and the occasional gust of wind rustling the branches. We had everything set up by late afternoon. Tent staked down, sleeping bags unrolled, cooler packed tight with food and drinks. We cooked a small dinner over a little fire we built with some dry sticks and lighter fluid we brought along. As the sun dipped low and the shadows stretched long, the forest turned golden and everything felt calm. That night, the moon was huge and bright, like a spotlight hanging in the sky. It was a full moon, lighting up the forest in that weird bluish way where everything has a soft glow, but no real color. It felt like a waste to sit by the fire with that much light spilling down around us. So sometime around midnight, we decided to take a walk. It wasn't a serious hike, just a short loop along a trail we'd noticed earlier. The trail wasn't official or marked, but it was worn enough to follow. The kind of path animals might use, or maybe hunters or people like us who wandered through every now and then. The air was still hot, even though the sun had been down for hours, probably still in the mid to high 70s. The heat just clung to everything. We didn't bring much, just a couple of flashlights in case the moonlight failed us and a bottle of water. The walk started out fun. We weren't talking much, just enjoying the night and the strange beauty of the woods lit up by moonlight. You could hear the occasional insect or something small moving in the underbrush, but nothing big. We followed the path for maybe 20 minutes, not too far out. When it started to narrow and get harder to follow, we agreed silently to turn back. It was on the way back that we saw it. Right at the edge of the path, maybe 20 or 30 feet from where it opened up to our campsite, there was a cup. A McDonald's cup, white with red and yellow graphics, the kind you'd get with a combo meal. It was just sitting there, maybe a foot off the path in a patch of grass. At first I didn't really register what was weird about it. The woods aren't spotless. You see trash now and then, even in remote places. But something about it didn't sit right. We'd walked this exact path just a short while ago, and I knew that cup hadn't been there. It was too bright, too obvious not to notice. I stood there looking at it for a long moment, just feeling that weird shift in my gut, like my brain was catching up to something my instincts already knew. The cup looked clean, no dirt, no sign it had been sitting there long. And that's when my buddy, who was walking just behind us, stepped forward and squatted down next to it. He picked it up, held it for a second, then popped the plastic lid off and looked inside. He didn't say anything, just held it up so we could see. There were ice cubes in it. Not melted soda, not a puddle, actual ice cubes. They clinked when he tilted the cup a little, still solid. Maybe 4 or 5 at the bottom. We all just stood there for a second, staring at that cup. I felt the hair on my arms rise. The temperature hadn't dropped much, even in the middle of the night. It was hot enough that our water bottles were warm, and the fire we'd built earlier was still throwing heat. There was no way that ice could have lasted more than 10 or 15 minutes. 20 at most. That meant someone else had been on the trail right behind us. Close enough that we'd missed them by maybe minutes. Close enough they could see or hear us. Maybe they'd stepped off the trail when they saw our lights or heard us coming, waited until we passed, and then, what? Dropped the cup? It didn't make sense. No car sounds. No footsteps. No snapping twigs. Nothing to let us know anyone else was out there. And we hadn't passed anyone on the way out or back. The forest had felt empty. But clearly it wasn't. My mind started running through possibilities. Maybe a hunter? But even that didn't make sense. Who hikes out in the middle of the night in July heat with a fast food drink? Maybe someone camping nearby. Again, possible, but we hadn't seen or heard anything all day or evening. It felt too intentional, like someone was watching or following, like the cup was meant to be seen. We didn't talk about it. We just all turned and walked the last bit of trail back to the clearing. The fire had died down to glowing embers, and the light from the moon was still strong. I remember the sudden silence when we stepped back into our campsite, like the trees had swallowed up all the sound around us. None of us said it, but we all felt it. The tension, the tightness in your chest when your brain is trying to convince you everything's fine, but your gut is screaming that it's not. We stood there for a few minutes. My fiancée was looking back toward the trail. My friend still held the cup, staring down into it like the ice was going to give him an answer. I walked over to the fire pit and kicked a few sticks to stir the coals. My mind was racing. If someone was out there, they hadn't come from the direction of the road, we would have heard a vehicle. They hadn't passed us. So where were they now? That's when it clicked for me. Whoever it was could still be close. Watching. Waiting. I suddenly felt very exposed, standing there in a pool of moonlight with no walls, no locks. Nothing but a tent and thin nylon between us and whatever was out there. I told them we needed to leave. I didn't shout or panic, just started gathering things. My hands felt clumsy and stiff, like my body was working faster than my brain. My fiancée snapped out of her daze and started helping. My friend dropped the cup and began packing too, though I noticed he didn't throw it far, just set it gently on the ground next to his bag, like he didn't want to offend whoever it belonged to. We tore down the tent in record time. Sleeping bags stuffed, not rolled. Cooler half-loaded, half-dumped. We left the fire to die out on its own. I didn't care about getting all the gear in right, just enough to get it in the back of the car and go. The whole time I kept expecting to hear something, branches breaking, a voice, footsteps, anything. But it was just dead silent. Not even bugs anymore. We drove out with the windows up, headlights cutting a path through the trees. The dirt road felt narrower than I remembered, like the woods were leaning in. I didn't feel calm until we hit pavement again, until the trees thinned and the first hints of civilization came back into view. We didn't talk much on the way home. No one knew what to say. We stopped at a gas station about halfway back, more for the comfort of bright lights and people than anything else. I remember just standing inside by the coffee machine, watching my reflection in the glass of the drink cooler. We all looked the same, sweaty, dirty, and wide-eyed like we'd all just walked away from something we didn't understand. I've thought about that night a lot since then. About the cup, about the ice. It wasn't just trash. It was a message, in its own quiet way. A reminder that even when you think you're alone, sometimes you're not. That someone was there with us in the woods, close enough to leave a fresh cup of ice just off the trail without making a sound. Maybe they were curious. Maybe they just wanted to scare us. Maybe we'll never know. We never went back to that spot again. The gear stayed in the garage for a while, and when we finally went camping again months later, we chose a proper campground, somewhere with other people, with rangers and toilets and signs. I still camp now and then, though less often. I still love the quiet of the woods, the peace that comes with being far away from things. But I never hike at night anymore, not even on a full moon. And I always watch the trails more carefully, especially on the way back. Because sometimes the scariest things out there aren't growls in the dark or things with claws. Sometimes it's just a cup of ice where there shouldn't be one. Sometimes that's enough. The night I'm about to describe is one I've never forgotten, and one I still don't fully understand. I'll tell it exactly as it happened, without any frills or exaggerations, because the truth itself was strange enough. I've always liked walking at night. It's peaceful, and I don't like crowds or busy streets. I've been trying to get into better shape lately, so I figured night walks were a good way to combine the two. The air tends to be cooler, the streets quieter, and I could clear my head while moving. There's this particular route I've been using for a while. It runs through a patch of open fields just outside a few cities. Even though the area is surrounded by busy highways and urban sprawl, the fields feel like a little island of calm. You can see the skyline of the biggest city clearly from certain spots on the path, especially on clear nights. It's always a reminder that no matter how isolated you feel, you're never truly far from civilization. This night started like any other. The temperature was cool but comfortable, and I had my headlamp strapped on, ready to guide my way along the uneven ground. The fields are mostly flat, but there are small hills and dips, patches of tall grass, and occasional muddy spots from recent rain. Usually, I hear the steady hum of traffic from the nearby highways, a constant background noise that feels oddly reassuring. But that night, something was different. I had just passed the second hill on my route when a thick fog rolled in. I mean thick. It was the kind of fog that swallows everything whole, the kind you see in old movies, or in the mountains nearby after a rainstorm. The kind of fog where you can't see the beam from your own headlamp more than a foot or two ahead. The air got heavy and damp, and the visibility dropped to almost nothing. At first, I thought it was pretty cool. I slowed down and looked around. The familiar outlines of the city lights were completely gone. Everything looked muted, soft, and blurred. The usually sharp edges of the fields and distant buildings melted into a white-gray haze. The fog made the whole place feel different, like I was somewhere else entirely. I continued walking, telling myself it was just a foggy night, no reason to be alarmed. My boots squished in the wet grass and mud, and every breath I took came out as a little puff of steam in the cold air. I tried to focus on my steps, the rhythm of walking uphill and downhill. But soon I noticed something else. The usual noise from the highways was gone. No cars, no trucks, no distant honks or engine sounds. The fields around me were completely silent. Not even the wind. The air felt unnervingly still, like someone had pressed a mute button on the world. I stopped and listened carefully. There was nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the soft squish of mud beneath my boots. That's when I began to feel uneasy. I reminded myself I was used to this path. I knew these fields well, and I knew the highways couldn't just stop. Maybe the fog was absorbing the sound somehow, or maybe the wind had died down completely. Either way, I shook off the chill creeping down my spine and kept walking. Then I heard it, a sharp, clear whistle. It was faint at first, barely more than a breath of sound, coming from somewhere ahead. I froze and tried to locate it, but the fog was so thick I couldn't see anything. The whistle sounded again, a few seconds later, higher and clearer. It was rhythmic, almost like a tune. I've heard people whistle in these fields before. Dog walkers trying to call their pets, or people trying to pass time on their evening strolls. So I told myself it was nothing. But then the whistling didn't stop. It kept going, steady and slow. It didn't sound like a dog whistle anymore. It had a strange, almost melodic quality. The tune was soft but carried through the fog like it was floating on the air. At times it felt close, as if someone was right nearby, but every time I turned my head, the fog swallowed any shape or movement I tried to catch. I glanced down at the muddy fields to my left. They were open but messy, deep in places, and treacherous for walking without slipping or losing a shoe. Why would anyone be whistling from out there? It made no sense. Still, the whistle grew louder and closer, drifting steadily in my direction. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I started walking faster, keeping my eyes peeled for anything, but the fog was an impenetrable wall. I could catch fleeting glimpses of shapes out of the corner of my eye, shadows that vanished the moment I blinked. I told myself it was just my imagination, or perhaps some animals moving through the grass. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just animals. I live in Germany, and growing up here, you hear all kinds of local tales and old legends. One in particular stuck with me that night, the story of the Nebelpfeifer, the fog whistlers. They are said to be sinister figures that appear in thick fogs, luring people out into the mist with their haunting whistles, only for the victims to vanish without a trace. The story dates back centuries, during the 30 Years' War. It tells of a village near Dusseldorf, where a heavy fog covered everything overnight. Whistling sounds echoed all around, and by morning, several villagers were missing, never seen again. The Nebelpfeifer supposedly stay just at the edge of visibility in the fog, never coming closer, but never letting you escape either. They target lone travelers, using their whistles to hypnotize and lure victims away from safety. Some say if you can whistle back their favorite tune, you might survive, but no one really knows for sure. Remembering that tale made the chill in the air deepen, and my pace quickened. My breath came faster as I tried to ignore the growing dread in my chest. The whistle didn't stop. It was everywhere now, coming from all around me, but still somehow impossible to locate. It was softer, quieter sometimes, but it never ceased. The fields felt enormous, endless, and the fog was suffocating. My headlamp barely cut through the mist, illuminating only a few feet ahead. My boots sank deeper into the mud, making my steps slower and more difficult, but I kept pushing forward. Every few seconds, a faint shape appeared in the fog, a silhouette that seemed to move just beyond my line of sight. I caught myself glancing over my shoulder more than once, but the fog was too thick, hiding anything or anyone. My heart pounded harder. I felt trapped between the silence and the whistle. The world had shrunk to just me, the fog, and that impossible sound. I thought about turning back, but I wasn't sure if I could retrace my steps in the fog. Every direction looked the same, and I worried I'd stumble or get lost in the mud. Despite the fear, I decided to keep moving forward, hoping to reach the edge of the fields where the city lights usually shone through the haze. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 15 or 20 minutes, the whistling started to fade. It grew softer, quieter, slipping away into the distance like a slow retreat. The fog remained thick, but a faint glow appeared ahead, the dim lights of the city, blurred but unmistakable. I didn't stop walking until I broke through the fog's edge and found myself back on the main paved road, where streetlights cast pools of yellow light and cars hummed along. My legs trembled, my chest heaving with relief and exhaustion. I glanced back at the fog-covered fields, now nothing more than a hazy shadow behind me. I never went back that night. In the days that followed, I learned the highway noise had never stopped. Other people heard it, and the traffic was normal. The silence I'd experienced was unique to that moment, like the fog had swallowed the world whole just for me. Since then, I avoid that path when the fog rolls in. I don't walk alone at night through open fields anymore, especially when the mist thickens. That night taught me there are things in this world you can't explain, and sometimes it's better not to try. Walking home that night was the fastest, most desperate run I've ever made. I wasn't just running for exercise. I was running to escape something I didn't fully understand, but knew was dangerous. I still think about that whistle sometimes, and how it followed me closer and closer through the cold fog. The feeling of being watched, stalked by something unseen in the thick gray mist, that's not something I'll forget. It's a memory I carry, like a warning. And every time the fog rolls in, I stay inside. I was out turkey hunting, one of those early spring mornings when everything feels still but full of quiet tension. The kind of morning that crawls in the dark, and you feel like you're the only person awake anywhere for miles. We'd started hiking in the night, before it was even possible to see the trail. The sky was a deep black, and the woods were just shadows and silence, except for the sound of my boots crunching on the dry leaves and twigs. My hunting partner and I had agreed to split up once we got near our spots. The plan was to get there early, sit tight, and wait for the turkeys to wake up and start moving. We found our spots around 4 a.m. I was about a quarter mile from him, far enough to not hear his whispers, but close enough to shout across the field if needed. The whole world felt like it was holding its breath. It was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face, and the sky was still deep blue with no stars yet. I kept my light off, because turkeys can see even the faintest glows, and I didn't want to ruin the morning. I settled into the hollow at the base of a big oak tree, crouched low, trying not to move too much. I had my shotgun leaned against the tree trunk, my call ready in my hand, and my pack on the ground beside me. The air was cold and wet with dew, and I could smell the earth, the leaves, and something like wet pine. I was trying to listen for the soft clucking or gobbling of turkeys waking up, but all I could hear were my own breath and the quiet wind moving through the trees. Then, I started hearing something else. Footsteps. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or some other animal, but the steps were heavy and deliberate, different from the light, quick steps a deer would make. They weren't steady either. They came from one direction, then another, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, almost like someone was moving around me in the dark. But when I looked, I saw nothing. My heart started beating faster. It wasn't unusual to hear noises in the woods, but these sounded different. Human. Slow footsteps, like someone walking carefully but not running, just moving around in the shadows. I kept still, trying to see if it was my partner coming over, maybe to check on me. But I knew he was supposed to stay put, and we'd agreed to keep distance. The footsteps kept coming, and I tried to ignore them. I told myself it was probably a hunter or another person out here for the same reason, maybe sneaking around or setting up nearby. The thought didn't help much. I wasn't supposed to be out here alone like this. The cold started creeping under my jacket, but it wasn't just the temperature. Something felt wrong. Then I heard it. A voice. Low, close, and calm. Hey, lawless syntax. It was my hunting partner's voice. Right behind me, maybe 10 feet away. The smell hit me next. The sharp, familiar scent of coffee mixed with Marlboro Reds. I had smelled it before when we took breaks on other hunts, sitting around the fire in the early morning, sipping coffee and smoking. I barely breathed as I replied, "Sup?" Expecting to hear a reply, a laugh, something. But there was nothing. No movement. No rustling of branches. Just silence. I flicked my lighter to check, the tiny flame barely lighting the ground a few feet around me. But the spot behind me was empty. I called out again, louder this time. "Hey man, where are you?" Still no answer. Just that quiet, empty dark. I felt a lump in my throat, my skin prickling with goosebumps. I told myself it was probably an animal or the wind messing with my mind, but the footsteps were still there, walking softly, circling me. I tried flicking the lighter a couple more times, sweeping it slowly, but nothing. No sign of anyone. Then I shouted for my partner, hoping he would answer back, and he did, from what sounded like a quarter-mile away, calling back in the distance from his tree stand. I tried to convince myself that was normal. Maybe someone was playing tricks on me, or maybe my brain was just mixing things up. The rain started falling lightly somewhere in the distance, soft at first, then heavier. Heat lightning flickered on the horizon, bright flashes illuminating the field and the outline of trees. One flash lit up a tree not far from me, a tall pine that in the brief moment looked like a human figure standing perfectly still. I blinked and looked again, but it was gone. Just a tree. The footsteps kept coming and going, now joined by the occasional cracking of twigs and rustling leaves. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest. I kept my shotgun close, hands shaking slightly. I tried telling myself to stay calm, but the feeling wouldn't leave. By then, the sun was starting to rise, casting pale pink light over the woods. The dark black had turned into shades of blue and gray. Birds started calling far off, and I thought I heard a turkey gobble somewhere in the distance. Still, the footsteps didn't stop. I decided I needed to stop waiting and figure out what was going on. I wasn't going to stay put and get creeped out by shadows and sounds. I packed up quietly and began walking the quarter-mile back to my partner's tree stand. The forest felt different in the daylight, less threatening but still heavy with the scent of wet leaves and damp earth. I passed the tree where the figure had seemed to stand. It was just a tree, nothing more. When I got to the tree stand, I called out softly. No answer. I climbed up the ladder, and there he was, sitting calmly, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. He told me he hadn't left his spot all morning, hadn't walked up to me at all. I told him everything, the footsteps, the voice, the smell, the tree that looked like a person. He just shook his head. We sat quietly for a moment, both looking out over the field as the sun rose higher. After a while, we packed up and headed back down the trail. The footsteps had stopped, and the woods were quiet again. The whole thing felt like a bad dream, but it had happened. There was no other explanation. No ghosts, no fairy tale nonsense, just something or someone out there moving in the dark, messing with me. I couldn't say if it was another hunter or someone else. All I know is that I wasn't alone that morning, and whatever was out there wasn't my partner. That's what stuck with me more than anything. The feeling of being watched, of footsteps that weren't animal, of a voice that sounded just close enough to fool me. After that morning, I never hunted alone in the dark again. The woods have a way of hiding things, and sometimes those things aren't what you want to find. I was in Oahu, Hawaii, hiking the Nuanupali area with my boyfriend one afternoon. It was our first time there, and our first time in Hawaii. We had heard the place was beautiful, a mix of lush rainforest, tall trees, and bamboo groves that gave it a mysterious, almost untouched feeling. We chose to hike there because we wanted to see the greenery and maybe catch a glimpse of one of the rare chameleons that some people said lived in the area. I had always been curious about those little creatures that could blend into their surroundings so well. The air was thick and humid, but it smelled fresh and earthy, like rain was always just a few minutes away. The trail was muddy in spots from a light morning rain that had passed, and my boots slipped now and then on slick roots and stones. The forest around me was dense, full of the sounds of insects buzzing, birds calling, and leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above in long, sharp beams, casting dappled patterns on the ground. My boyfriend and I started the hike together, both of us moving carefully but excitedly along the trail. We talked a little at first, pointing out bright green ferns, delicate flowers, and the occasional bird perched high in the branches. But as we moved deeper into the forest, the trail narrowed and became steeper, and the sounds around us grew quieter, more like a hushed whisper of the forest rather than the lively chatter at the start. We decided to get closer to the edge of the mountain, near the cliff, to take in the view. From what we could see, the cliff dropped off steeply, almost vertically, and beyond it stretched the sparkling Pacific Ocean. The view was breathtaking, endless blue meeting the sky. The wind picked up near the edge, carrying a salty tang that mixed with the smell of wet earth and moss. It was the kind of place that made you feel small and part of something much bigger. At one point, my boyfriend and I decided to split up. We had a feeling we were close to a spot where people sometimes saw chameleons, and since we wanted to cover more ground, we agreed to look around separately for a little while. He went one way, and I took a narrower path that hugged the mountain's edge more closely. The path was less worn here, the undergrowth thicker, and the sounds of the forest more intense. I moved carefully, my eyes scanning the trees and bushes for any signs of movement. After about 30 minutes of walking alone, I suddenly heard the sound of someone running through the forest nearby. It was faint at first, but unmistakable, the quick, sharp rustle of leaves and snapping twigs underfoot. I stopped immediately and looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. The trees and bamboo stalks created a maze of green, blocking my view beyond a few feet in any direction. The running sounds continued for a moment, and then suddenly stopped. Silence fell again. My heart beat a little faster, but I told myself it was probably just another hiker, or maybe some local hunters, although the thought of people running here so close to the cliff seemed odd. I sat down on a moss-covered rock to catch my breath, and took out my GoPro camera to mess with the settings. It was a way to calm myself, to focus on something familiar instead of the strange sounds around me. The camera felt cold and solid in my hands as I adjusted the buttons, the screen lighting up in the dim forest light. I tried to capture some of the surrounding greenery, the tall bamboo swaying gently, the play of light and shadow on the forest floor. After a few minutes of sitting quietly, I heard it again, the sound of leaves brushing through the forest, soft but urgent, like someone running. This time, it wasn't just one set of footsteps, but several, moving quickly and in different directions. My skin prickled with unease. I thought, who chooses to run in a muddy, steep forest next to a cliff? The idea seemed reckless and dangerous. I looked around, but again, no one was there. The running stopped abruptly once more, leaving the forest completely still. A creeping feeling began to settle inside me, like invisible eyes watching from the trees. I felt as though I wasn't alone, that many people were staring right at me from the shadows. My skin crawled, and my breath grew shallow. I got up quickly and started to move away from the area, looking for the main trail where I could find my boyfriend. Every step felt heavier, the forest suddenly oppressive instead of inviting. The dense bamboo seemed to close in around me, and every rustle of leaves made me jump. As I walked, my mind raced with questions. What was making those running sounds? Why was there never anyone there when I looked? I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but couldn't. The forest was too quiet now, except for the distant calls of birds and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. I kept my eyes on the trail ahead, trying not to look behind me. When I finally found my boyfriend waiting near a clearing, relief washed over me. I told him about the sounds, though I didn't mention the feeling of being watched, because I didn't want to seem crazy. He shrugged it off, saying it was probably hikers or hunters, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, back at our hotel, I couldn't sleep. The sounds echoed in my mind, and the way the forest had felt so alive yet empty was unsettling. I decided to look up the area online, searching for anyone else who might have experienced similar things. What I found surprised me. Many people had reported hearing the sounds of running footsteps in the forest near Nuanupali, but when they looked, no one was there. Some believed it was the echoes of soldiers who had run through that forest long ago during a battle in the late 1700s, soldiers who had fallen to their deaths off the cliff. Reading the stories gave me chills. The thought of so many people hearing the same thing, of footsteps without bodies, was haunting in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts or spirits. It was just the weight of history pressing on the present. I felt connected to that place in a way I hadn't expected, aware that the forest held memories and secrets, even if no one could see them. I kept thinking about the soldiers, running and falling, their presence still somehow felt in the rustling leaves and empty air. It wasn't supernatural, not in the way of ghosts or monsters, but real, raw history layered into the landscape. The forest wasn't just beautiful, it was alive with the past, and that made it both wonderful and deeply unsettling. The next day, we returned to the trail but stayed closer together, moving quickly and keeping to the main paths. I didn't hear any running footsteps that time, but the memory stayed with me. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the faint rush of feet moving through the forest, disappearing into the silence where no one stands. I was driving west on I-70 through Colorado, near Glenwood Canyon. The highway there is carved between steep cliffs and winding river bends, and it's one of those stretches of road where you don't always want to rush. But I had been speeding, caught up in the flow of traffic, and trying to make good time. The sun was starting to dip low behind the jagged mountains, casting long shadows and lighting the canyon walls in warm, golden hues. I caught myself leaning on the gas pedal a little too hard, and for a moment, I decided to slow down. The view deserved more respect than I was giving it. I eased off the accelerator and let my speed drop. The air felt a little cooler as the canyon narrowed and the trees pressed in closer. The roar of the car's engine softened against the natural quiet of the cliffs and river below. I focused out the windshield, trying to take it all in, the rusty reds and deep greens, the swirling river far beneath me, and the way the light moved along the rocks. It was the kind of scenery that makes you feel small, but also peaceful, if you can just breathe and look. Not long after I slowed, I noticed a state patrol car in front of me. The cruiser was moving steadily, not fast, just patrolling. I figured it was maybe checking speeds or watching for trouble, but I wasn't doing anything reckless anymore, so I kept my distance. Then suddenly, the patrol car's sirens flashed on. My heart jumped. I thought, okay, they finally caught me. But instead of pulling me over, the officer eased to the shoulder a little further up the road. I slowed more as I approached the shoulder, curious. Up ahead, there was a car pulled off the road, sitting tight against the guardrail. The broken-down motorist was in the driver's seat, head down, maybe exhausted or frustrated. The patrol car was right behind them, flashing lights bright against the darkening canyon walls. I thought about how lucky that person was to get help out here. The road can be deadly and isolated. Cell service is spotty at best, and you can be stuck for hours without anyone coming by. I looked over once more at the driver. They didn't move, just sat there. I wondered if they were scared, or maybe just trying to gather themselves. I remember thinking it was a small moment of relief for them, a break from whatever had gone wrong with their car. Then I eased back onto the highway and kept driving west. For the next few minutes, the canyon's tight curves and sheer rock faces pushed past my windows. The wind carried a quiet hum through the trees, and the river's sound floated up faintly from the depths below. It was peaceful again, the kind of quiet that feels natural and calm. Then something shifted. I started to notice emergency vehicles coming the other way, eastbound, and they were flying fast, sirens screaming through the canyon's tight turns. One after another, they sped past me, flashing red and blue lights cutting through the dusk. Police cars, ambulances, fire trucks. It looked like every emergency service in the state was racing back east. The volume and speed felt urgent, almost frantic. It went on like that for a solid 15 minutes. Vehicles flashed past at breakneck speeds, weaving through traffic, sirens wailing loud enough to fill the canyon's walls. The usual hum of the river and the wind was drowned out by the steady roar of engines and the high-pitched blare of sirens. It was hard not to look at each one as it rushed past, wondering what kind of disaster had happened back that way. The highway was suddenly a flood of urgency, the calm I had just felt replaced with a creeping unease. It was like watching a line of firefighters rushing toward a massive blaze, except I didn't know what the fire was, or how big it was, or if anyone was hurt. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my mind kept circling back to that broken-down car I'd seen minutes before, the person sitting quietly with their head down. I felt a strange twist in my stomach, a warning I couldn't quite explain. That night, I stopped in a hotel in Utah, tired from the long drive and the weight of the day. The air was dry and cool, and I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, thinking about the stretch of road through Glenwood Canyon. On the news, I found out what had happened. The broken-down motorist I'd seen, the one sitting quietly in their car with their head down, they had skipped bail. They were wanted, running from the law. When the state patrol officer pulled up to offer help, the situation exploded into violence. Instead of accepting assistance, the man got out of his car and shot the officer in the back multiple times. It was brutal, sudden, and terrifying. Normally, a patrol officer driving alone in that canyon, on that remote stretch of highway, would not have stood a chance. Officers usually patrol solo, and the chances of immediate backup showing up in time are slim. But that day was different. The officer wasn't alone. He was heading to training, and his partner was in the car behind him. The partner responded instantly, drawing his weapon and firing back until the threat was stopped. The shooter was killed on the spot. The wounded officer was left bleeding on the highway, a grave scene no one wanted to imagine. Emergency crews rushed in, racing down the canyon at full speed, sirens wailing, lights flashing. The officer nearly died on the road. The wounds were severe. He lost a lot of blood and was close to death before emergency responders got him to the hospital. But he survived. I kept thinking about that moment, how close things came to being so much worse. How close the officer came to dying out there, on that lonely stretch of road, surrounded by cliffs and rushing water. I remembered the moment I slowed down to take in the view, how the world seemed peaceful for those few minutes before everything shattered. It made me realize how fragile life can be, how quickly calm turns to chaos. The canyon, the road, the quiet motorist, it all hid a danger I never saw coming. The next day, I drove through Glenwood Canyon again, slower this time. The sun was bright and the air crisp, the river roaring as always below the highway. Emergency tape still marked the spot where the shooting had happened. A few officers were on scene, talking quietly, faces tight with exhaustion. I felt a deep respect for them, for the men and women who risk everything just to keep the road safe for people like me, driving past without a second thought. I also felt a strange gratitude for the partner who had been there that day, who didn't hesitate, who acted fast enough to save a life and stop a deadly threat. I kept driving west, the canyon opening wider now, the road stretching ahead in long curves. The memory of that night stayed with me, a sharp reminder of how quickly normal life can change in an instant, and how sometimes the quiet moments are just the calm before the storm. It was just past 2 in the morning, and the road stretched out dark and empty before me, slicing through thick, endless woods in South Texas. The trees pressed in on either side, their limbs twisting in the moonlight like giant, gnarled fingers reaching out toward the sky. The air was dry and heavy, carrying the faint smell of mesquite and damp earth from the recent rain. I was the only one awake in the car, my mom asleep in the passenger seat beside me, wrapped up under a blanket she'd brought along to stay warm. The silence between us was thick, no music, no radio, just the soft hum of the engine and the rhythmic crunch of tires on gravel as I drove deeper into the wooded stretch. The road curved ahead, disappearing into the shadows, and my headlights barely cut through the dark, painting silver streaks over the dense brush. It was the kind of place where you didn't expect to see much at night, especially not people. It felt remote, isolated, like we were miles from anything familiar. I was half listening to the night sounds, the distant cry of a coyote, the rustle of leaves stirred by a light breeze, when something caught my eye just off the right side of the road. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer frozen at the edge of the woods, but then it shifted. It was standing upright. A person. The figure was pale in the beam of the headlights, an outline of a man walking slowly along the gravel shoulder. He was moving away from the bend ahead, his posture awkward, like he was struggling to keep balance or carrying something heavy. I blinked, trying to make sense of it, and as we got closer, the light caught on what he was holding. It wasn't anything I could prepare myself for. In his hands was a head, just a head. He held it by the hair, the long strands hanging down like a curtain, exposing a pale, almost lifeless face. The eyes stared blankly, the mouth slack. I could see the outline of the nose, the cheekbones, features that should belong to someone alive, but they didn't. It was a head, severed cleanly at the neck. My heart slammed in my chest. I slammed my foot down on the gas, adrenaline flooding my veins. The car lurched forward, the tires gripping hard against the gravel as I tried to speed past that terrible scene. The bend came fast, and I struggled to keep control, the steering wheel jerking in my hands as the headlights swung wildly across the trees. My breath came fast, shallow, like I was running a race inside the car. Behind me, I could almost hear my mother's voice piercing the night, but it was muffled, distant. I didn't look back. The figure remained frozen in my mind, that head held low and heavy, the way the hair slid through his fingers. I hit the gas harder, desperate to leave the place behind, my eyes scanning the road as the trees seemed to close in tighter. I nearly lost control coming around the curve, the tires slipping slightly on the loose gravel, and I could feel the car fishtail. My hands gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white, and I fought to keep us on the road. The seconds stretched out. My mom finally woke up screaming at me to slow down, but I barely heard her over the pounding in my head and the roaring engine. I didn't stop or speak. The fear stuck in my throat, dry and thick like glue. All I could think about was that head, the way it hung limply, the face frozen in some silent horror. Eventually, the police caught up with us. A patrol car pulled us over for speeding a few miles down the road. The red and blue lights flashed through the trees, cutting the darkness into sharp shards. I pulled over, heart still racing, hands trembling as the officer approached. The questions came, but I couldn't find my voice. It was all stuck somewhere between panic and disbelief. That night blurred into a fog of flashing lights, the cold touch of a medical worker's hand on my arm, and the quiet hum of an ambulance's engine. They gave me something to calm me down, something warm and slow-acting that dulled the panic and squeezed my racing mind into a dull ache. They said it was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, that sometimes the mind turns shadows into monsters when you're alone on a dark road at night. They told me to get some rest and try not to dwell on it. But 3 days later, the news came. Campers had found a body in the woods, not far from where I'd seen that man walking. It was a headless body, the torso and limbs there, but no sign of the head. Police had combed the area and confirmed it matched the description of a missing person reported just days before. The missing woman's head had been severed, likely where I had seen it. The woods, those dark trees along that lonely stretch of road, held a brutal secret. I was the only one awake that night, the only one who saw what no one should see. The police never said much, just kept asking questions, taking statements, but there was no comfort in the answers. No explanation for why or how it happened, only the stark reality that sometimes the worst things are real. Since then, I've driven that road a few more times, but never at night, never alone. The memory sticks with me like a shadow I can't shake. The image of that head held by the hair burned into my mind. There's no magic, no ghosts. Just a terrible, human act hiding in the dark, in the silence between the trees. The night air was crisp and still as I left the campsite, slipping quietly away from the familiar flicker of the campfire and the soft murmur of other hikers settling down for the night. I wanted some time alone, a quiet walk to clear my mind after a long day of trekking through the dense Finnish wilderness. The ground was soft beneath my boots, the smell of pine and damp earth surrounding me like a comforting blanket. The forest here was thick, towering trees standing like silent sentinels, their branches barely moving in the gentle breeze. Moonlight filtered down through the gaps in the leaves, casting a pale silver glow on the undergrowth. I moved slowly, the occasional crunch of dried leaves beneath my feet the only sound breaking the silence. I had no real plan, just the intention to wander until I found a peaceful spot. After about 20 minutes, I came upon a small lake nestled between the trees. The surface was smooth like glass, reflecting the full moon and the sky dotted with stars. The quiet lapping of water against the shore was soothing, and I decided to sit down on a flat rock by the water's edge. The night felt calm here. I let my shoulders relax and took a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs. I splashed some water on my face, the chilly drops waking me up and refreshing my tired skin. For a while, I just stared out across the lake. The reflections shimmered softly in the light, and the only movements were the gentle ripples as small fish brushed near the surface. Everything felt peaceful, almost like time had slowed down. The trees lining the far side of the lake looked dark and solid, their shapes blurred in the night's shadow. I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. It was the kind of place that made you feel small but safe. I let my eyes wander over the water again, thinking about how lucky I was to be out here, away from the noise and distractions of everyday life. Then something caught my eye. Across the lake, just at the edge of the tree line, I saw a figure standing. At first, I thought it was a trick of the moonlight or a shadow cast by the trees, but the shape was clear enough to freeze me where I sat. The figure was tall, much taller than any person I'd ever seen. It stood almost half as tall as the trees themselves, rigid and unmoving. The outline was thin, almost skeletal, but what made it worse was the shape of its head. It looked like it had antlers or horns, long and twisted, reaching up into the night sky. The arms were unnaturally long, the fingers stretching down past the knees, ending in what seemed like sharp, pointed tips. I remember my heart pounding loudly in my chest. I didn't dare move or breathe too deeply. The figure didn't look directly at me, but I could feel its presence there, watching silently from across the water. For a long moment, I just stared, frozen and unable to look away. The cold seeped into my skin, but it was nothing compared to the chill running down my spine. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Seconds or minutes, it all blurred together. My mind raced to explain what I was seeing, telling myself it was a tree stump, a shadow, or maybe an animal caught in a strange pose. But no matter how I tried to reason it away, the image burned itself into my memory. Finally, fear took over. I pushed myself up from the rock and ran, stumbling through the dark forest toward the campsite. My footsteps were hurried and clumsy on the uneven ground, my breath ragged and quick. I didn't stop until the warm glow of the campfire came into view and the familiar voices of other campers reached my ears. Even after I got back, my mind kept replaying what I had seen. I told myself I must have been tired, maybe even a little delirious from the long day on the trail. The woods played tricks on the eyes at night, after all. Maybe it was just a large tree distorted by the wind, or an elk standing awkwardly in the shadows. But the shape was so clear in my mind, the horns or antlers, the long fingers, the impossible height. I spent the rest of the night tossing and turning, the image haunting my thoughts. When morning came, I decided to go back to the lake in the daylight to see if I could find any sign of what I had seen. The forest looked completely different in the sun. The trees were full of life, their leaves shimmering in the light. The lake was still and clear, with fish darting just below the surface. I walked slowly along the far side, searching for anything unusual. There were no footprints, no broken branches, or marks on the trees. Nothing that suggested a creature of any kind had stood there the night before. Just the normal, quiet wilderness. That day I packed my things and moved on, still uneasy, but trying to put the experience behind me. I never told anyone what I saw, thinking they would laugh or say I was imagining things. But sometimes, when I think back to that night by the lake, I wonder if I really did see something out there. Something large and strange that doesn't belong in the quiet woods. Even now, I can't explain it. All I know is the memory is real to me, and that's enough to keep me cautious whenever I'm alone in the dark near the trees and water. I clocked out of my shift at the restaurant just past midnight, the quiet buzz of the closing hours still hanging in the air as I locked the door behind me. The night was calm, but the city felt different under the cloak of darkness. I always took my bike home, a 15-minute ride along a narrow bike trail that hugged the train tracks. It was a route I knew well, straight, simple, but with a few exits leading off into side streets or small neighborhoods. The trail wasn't well lit, only patches under the occasional streetlight breaking the darkness. Without my bike's front light, I would be riding blind through most of it. That night, I felt tired but ready to get home. I clipped on my helmet, checked my bike light, and started pedaling along the familiar path. The soft hum of the city sleeping settled around me, and the occasional distant sound of a train rumbled along the tracks. The air was cool and crisp, the kind of cool that seeps through your jacket and makes you breathe a little faster. After a few minutes, I noticed something odd, a figure on a bike not far behind me. At first, I thought nothing of it. Even at this hour, this city wasn't unsafe. People biked and walked here at all hours. But this guy was strange. He had no lights on his bike at all. No front light, no rear light, just a faint shadow rolling behind me, perfectly matching my pace. I glanced back a couple of times. His face was hidden in the darkness, the faint shape of a man sitting upright on his bike. He didn't speed up or slow down. He just kept riding behind me. We passed the first exit on the trail, a fork leading toward a quiet residential street. Normally, a biker would take that exit if they wanted to go to the small town nearby, but he stayed behind me. That was when my unease grew. It felt less like coincidence and more like he was following me. My heart picked up a little, but I told myself it was just my tired mind playing tricks. I slowed down, letting him catch up so he could pass me easily. The trail was wide enough for two bikes side by side, and I hoped that once he was ahead, I could relax and focus on the ride home. But he didn't pass. He kept pace beside me, maybe a foot or two away, never speeding up, never falling back. It wasn't like he was trying to race me or get somewhere quickly. It felt deliberate, calculated, like he was waiting for something. I swallowed the lump of nervousness forming in my throat and tried to focus on the trail ahead. The bike's light cut a weak path through the darkness, but the parts of the trail away from the street lamps were just black. Every shadow seemed to twitch or stretch as we moved forward. The distant rumble of trains faded in and out with the night wind. I thought about the exits. If he really was following me, maybe I could lose him by turning off the trail. The next exit came up, a turnoff to a suburban neighborhood. Without hesitation, I veered left. The trail ended, replaced by quiet streets lined with houses that were mostly dark, except for a few dim porch lights. The houses were close together, their windows tightly shut. The only sound was the crunch of my tires on the pavement and the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I checked behind me again, and to my dread, there he was. The figure still trailed behind, silently, no change in speed or direction. Panic started to prick at my skin. I considered calling someone on my phone, but I didn't want to risk slowing down or taking my hands off the handlebars. I also didn't want him to see me fiddling with my phone. So I kept riding, turning left, right, weaving through the neighborhood's grid of quiet streets. Each turn was random, a desperate attempt to confuse whoever was behind me. But he was still there. It was almost like he knew where I was going, or maybe he was just following blindly, waiting to see where I'd go. The streetlights cast long shadows between the houses, making the night feel deeper, darker, and colder than usual. I could feel sweat trickling down my neck despite the chill. Ahead was a narrow path I recognized, a small, barely lit shortcut used only by bikes and pedestrians. It ran between two houses, a shadowed corridor with overgrown bushes and a few stray branches poking out. I didn't want to take it. It was narrow, dark, and felt isolated even during the day. But if he was following me, maybe I could lose him by ducking into a side yard or hiding in the shadows. As I approached the path, I slowed and quickly looked over my shoulder. His bike's outline was coming closer, no lights, no sound except the soft hiss of tires on pavement. Without thinking much, I turned sharply into the driveway of a house just before the path entrance. The garage door was closed and the porch light was off, but there was a narrow gap between the house and a tall wooden fence, shrouded in deep shadow. I slipped into that dark corner, crouching behind a trash bin and some overgrown bushes, my breath loud in my ears. The cool air seemed to press down on me, and I heard my heartbeat pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. The sound of a bike approaching grew louder. Then I heard it, the sudden sharp squeal of brakes on pavement as the bike came to a stop right outside the path's entrance. I stayed completely still, barely daring to breathe, and listened. The silence stretched out, broken only by the faint hum of distant city noises and the steady ringing in my ears. I could hear nothing more from the man behind the bike. No footsteps, no rustling, no calls. Minutes passed. Finally, the sound of tires rolling away along the trail came back, slower now, as if he was moving away, then stopping and starting a few times down the path. I waited, frozen, until the noise completely faded. The adrenaline hit me like a wave. I jumped back on my bike and didn't hesitate. I pedaled as fast as I could, heart hammering in my chest. My legs burned, my lungs gasped for air, but I couldn't stop. I took a couple of sharp turns in the neighborhood, doubling back and weaving through empty streets, forcing myself to look back as little as possible. Once I felt the streets clear and the familiar glow of my neighborhood's streetlights came into view, I slowed down, though I kept moving. I made a few more loops through the area, just to be sure I wasn't being followed. The quiet comfort of home felt far away, and every shadow seemed suspicious. Eventually, I made it back to my apartment complex, locking my bike up and slipping inside quickly, double-checking every door and window behind me. My hands were still shaking when I finally collapsed on my bed, replaying everything over and over. I never saw the man again, and I never found out who he was or what he wanted. But that night stayed with me. How the darkness can make the familiar feel dangerous, how silence can scream louder than any sound. I learned to trust my instincts and to never ignore the feeling that someone is watching. Sometimes it's better not to know why. I worked at a ranch in southern Arizona, right near the border. It wasn't the kind of place you'd think of as isolated at first. The ranch was big, with horses and cows everywhere, and I was used to the sound of the animals all day long. The wind blowing through the dry brush, the clink of metal on fence posts, the lowing of cows calling their calves. Those were the noises that filled my days. At first, it didn't seem lonely because the horses and cattle kept me company. Sometimes I'd swear the horses were talking back to me, like they had their own way of making sure I stayed sane out there. But looking back, I realize how alone it really was. There were no neighbors for miles, no paved roads, just endless stretches of dirt, cactus, and dry scrub that went on until the land dropped off into the border wall far to the south. I'd been working there for a few months when one day I was assigned to help a guy from another camp on the ranch. His name didn't really stick with me. He was older, grizzled, and had been doing this kind of work for years. The ranch was split into different camps because it was just so damn big, and each camp had a few ranch hands responsible for different tasks. That day, our job was to check and fix the fence lines that ran along the property borders. The fences were old in some places, beaten up in others, and we had to make sure no cattle wandered off or any unwanted visitors came through. The fence line we were checking ran down into a dry riverbed, a kind of wash that cut through the desert floor. It was wide and cracked, a deep channel with sharp edges and gravel where water sometimes rushed through after rain, though most of the year it was just dry and dusty. We rode our horses slowly down into the riverbed, careful not to spook them. The sun was already hot and high in the sky, and the air smelled of dry earth and sagebrush. As we rounded a bend, I caught sight of something that stopped me cold. There, parked along the edge of the riverbed, were a number of trucks. But these weren't the usual beat-up pickups you saw on ranches or construction sites. These trucks looked rough, but in a different way. Heavy-duty, patched up, covered in dirt, with steel bars on the windows and heavy-duty tires that looked ready for rough terrain. They were spaced out along the bank like a small convoy, and sitting around them were men, a dozen or so, maybe more, all armed. Rifles, pistols, knives strapped to their belts, and a few wearing vests that looked like bulletproof gear. They weren't dressed like ranch hands or border patrol agents. They were something else. Dangerous. My heart started beating fast, but I kept my face calm. The guy I was with didn't flinch either. He just urged me to keep steady, to keep moving. No sudden moves, no staring, no showing fear. We were on horseback, and the horses sensed the tension too. Their ears twitched and their bodies tensed. The men all stopped what they were doing and turned to look at us as we approached. The silence was heavy, almost thick enough to choke on. The sun burned down and dust swirled gently around us, but nothing moved except for the horses' hooves on the cracked earth. The men's eyes followed us as we passed, some gripping their weapons tighter. Their faces were hard and unreadable, and their eyes cold. It was clear they were ready to shoot at the first sign of trouble. One wrong move, and we'd be cut down without a second thought. But we didn't stop. We didn't slow. We just kept riding straight through, horses moving steadily over the gravel and dust, through the line of armed men, until we reached the other side and put some distance between ourselves and that convoy. The older rancher finally spoke once we were a safe distance away. His voice was low and calm, like he'd seen this kind of thing before and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He told me the group belonged to a cartel, a big deal on the border, moving drugs and weapons and God knows what else through the desert. He explained that those convoys sometimes used the dry riverbeds to move without being seen by border patrol or the police. The cartel's men weren't there to mess with the ranchers. They knew we were just people trying to make a living, taking care of the land and animals, not snitches or cops. He said the cartel only cared about cops and border patrol agents, the real threats to their business. Ranchers like us were invisible to them, as long as we didn't get involved or ask questions. The cartel knew our ranches were huge, that we only had one or two people watching over thousands of acres. If they ever thought we were snitches, they could easily find us, and in that lonely, dry desert, no one would hear or see if something bad happened. They could come at night, take someone, and no one would notice for days. It was a dangerous line we all walked. That day changed how I saw the land I'd been working on. I realized how close the dangerous world was, even though it felt so quiet and far away most of the time. I learned to keep my head down and my mouth shut. I kept a passive distance from anything that looked suspicious. I respected the danger, but stayed out of its way. After that, every time I rode near the riverbeds or saw a convoy of trucks, I remembered the men sitting there with their weapons, their eyes cold and alert. I felt a chill, not from fear, but from the heavy reality of living so close to something so deadly. The desert wasn't just empty land with animals and dust. It was a place where life and death met quietly in the heat, where silence could mean safety or a warning. It was the kind of cold that seemed to sink into your bones, the deep, biting cold of an Irish February night. My friend, who asked me to share this story, was out in the middle of nowhere, on a sheep farm in Tipperary. The farm itself was ancient, an old stone farmhouse, the kind you'd expect to find in a history book. It had stood there for generations, and the walls were thick but offered no warmth. The windows rattled in the wind, and the floors creaked underfoot like the house was alive and breathing. No insulation to speak of, just cold stone and old timber. The nearest neighbor was miles away, barely a flicker of light on the horizon, and certainly no one to call for help if something went wrong. It was utterly isolated. He was there to watch over the ewes as they lambed, a task that kept him tethered to the farm day and night. The ewes were restless, birthing season was underway, and any trouble could mean disaster for the sheep and the farmer's livelihood. His only company was the old sheepdog, Rocky, a large, wiry beast who had been on the farm for years and knew its dangers better than anyone. Rocky was loyal and fierce but old now, his muzzle speckled with gray. Every night, my friend made sure to keep his shotgun close by, tucked under the bed or leaning against the wall. He wasn't one for guns normally, but here, in the middle of nowhere, there were wolves rumored to roam and foxes hungry enough to take a lamb or two. The shotgun was a necessary precaution. Rocky would sleep at the foot of the bed, eyes half closed but alert to the slightest sound outside. The farmhouse was a bitter place to spend the night. The windows were single pane, cracked in places, and the wind found its way through every crevice, howling like a chorus of lost souls. The floorboards were cold and unforgiving beneath thin rugs. There was a faint smell of damp earth and old wood, mixed with the faint, comforting scent of sheep that had crept into the house on his boots and clothes. 2 weeks into his watch, the cold seemed to deepen. February nights in Ireland can be deceptive. The day might hold a rare sun, but once the light dies, the chill spreads fast and ruthless. My friend had been drinking a little to take the edge off, 2 fingers of whiskey neat, to warm his insides before bed. It was a habit he'd picked up for the nights out on the farm. The whiskey didn't do much except make the cold more bearable and blur the sharp edges of loneliness. He was settled in his room, a small, cramped space with an iron-framed bed and a wooden chest at the foot. The walls were bare except for an old calendar pinned crookedly to one corner. He checked the shotgun one last time, running a practiced hand along the worn stock and checking the safety. Then he patted Rocky, who was curled up at his feet, eyes watching him like a sentinel, and laid down beneath threadbare blankets. The house creaked and groaned with the wind. Outside, the sheep stirred, their quiet bleats faint in the distance. The night stretched long and dark, with a sky full of stars overhead, clear and cold. Then, around 3 in the morning, it happened. He was woken by a cry, not the bleating of sheep, not the howl of the wind, but a deep, resonant call that froze his blood. The sound was wild and raw, echoing through the cold air and bouncing off the distant hills. It was the cry of a stag, the mating call, sharp and lonely. The noise felt out of place, almost primal, and it seemed to come from just beyond the farm's boundary. His heart thudded hard in his chest as the sound cut through the stillness, filling the night with its wildness. Before he could process the cry, a sudden, deafening blast shook the room. The shotgun had gone off, not from a deliberate trigger, but from knocking against the floor as he jerked upright in fear. The recoil sent a blast of cold air and smoke through the room, the sound exploding against the stone walls and startling every living thing inside. In the chaos, the old farmhouse window was shattered by a dark blur. Rocky, terrified out of his wits by the gunshot, had leapt through the pane. The sound of breaking glass and the rush of cold air filled the room as shards scattered across the floor. The dog disappeared into the night, yelping and scrambling away through the darkness. My friend was left shaking and terrified, clutching the blankets to his chest as his heart pounded wildly. The shock was so intense that he couldn't stop the humiliation. He literally shat himself right there on the bed. Frozen in place, his mind raced with every fear. Wild animals, the loneliness of the night, the cold, and now his dog gone into the freezing dark with broken glass underfoot. He stayed huddled for a long time, waiting, listening. Outside, the stag's cry continued, haunting and beautiful, while the wind whispered through the broken window frame. After what felt like hours, he worked up the courage to get up and look for Rocky. The night was bitter cold, the kind that stole the breath from your lungs and turned your fingers numb in seconds. Outside, the ground was hard and frosted over, crunching underfoot. He searched the dark edges of the farmyard, calling softly, his voice swallowed by the night. After a tense, endless search, Rocky appeared, limping slightly, dusted with glass fragments but otherwise unharmed. The dog shook itself off and limped back to his side, tail wagging weakly. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence, the house colder than ever, the window a jagged wound in the wall. The next morning, the farmer came by to check on him, and the story came out in fits and starts, shame mixed with relief. What had seemed like a nightmare was just the raw truth of life out in the wild. The cry of the stag, the accidental shotgun blast, the panicked dog breaking free in fear. No ghosts, no magic, just the harsh reality of isolation, fear, and survival on a cold Irish farm. From that night on, he made sure the shotgun was always secured in a proper rack, and Rocky slept in the next room, safe from sudden noises. The farmhouse remained as cold and unforgiving as ever, but something about that night changed him. He knew now the thin line between safety and terror, and how quickly the wild could reach in and remind you just how alone you really are. The sun was just dipping below the horizon when we settled into our spots. We'd been hunting this island for nearly a decade, an old, familiar place, rugged and wild but predictable in its own way. Each year, the same patterns, the same trails, the same quiet moments. This night, like many others, we split up, spacing ourselves about 100 yards apart across the thick woods. The trees here were tall and close, their branches weaving a dense canopy overhead. The forest floor was littered with dry leaves, brittle twigs, and the occasional crunch of pine needles. I climbed up into my tree stand with the routine ease of someone who'd done this hundreds of times. The metal ladder creaked softly beneath my boots as I settled onto the wooden seat. From up here, the world stretched out, fading slowly from the last pinks and golds of sunset into the creeping darkness of night. I strapped in, pulled out my rifle, and scanned the area below. The air was cool but steady, carrying the familiar sense of earth and wood. Birds had gone quiet, the forest settling into its night rhythm. We had made the call just before dark. No shots tonight. It was getting too late, and the light was fading too fast. Everyone agreed to pack it in and meet back at the trucks in about 20 minutes. I was the last one to climb down, figuring I'd take my time, enjoy the moment, and maybe spot one last deer before calling it done. But as I began unstrapping myself from the stand, I heard it, a faint snap of a twig somewhere down below. My breath caught. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. It was the kind of sound you never want to hear when you're alone in the woods at dusk. It wasn't the dry crack of a branch falling from above or the scurry of a squirrel. This was deliberate, careful, and close. I held perfectly still, listening. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional distant call of a bird settling in for the night. I told myself it was probably a deer, just stepping lightly, and I didn't want to scare it off. So I stayed quiet, sitting on the seat, muscles tight but still. I waited, counting the seconds in my head, watching the shadows grow longer. But then, out of nowhere, came a howl. A sound so raw and chilling it froze me to my core. It wasn't like the yips or howls of coyotes we're used to around here. It was deeper, fuller, and somehow more terrifying. It tore through the night air like a scream, a wild, desperate cry that seemed to shake the very ground beneath me. The sound rolled through the trees and echoed off the hills, lingering long after it finished, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. I blinked hard, trying to process what I'd just heard. Wolves don't live on this island. No packs have ever been spotted here, at least not in the last 10 years we've hunted. Coyotes were common enough, but this howl didn't match any I'd heard before. This was something else, something unknown. My phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket, jolting me out of my thoughts. I pulled it out to see messages lighting up from the other guys. They all asked the same thing. "Did you hear that howl? Where are you?" I typed back quickly, telling them it was almost right under my tree and that it was loud enough to shake my chest. The messages kept coming in, their voices full of nervous disbelief. For a while, nothing else happened. No movement, no more sounds, just the heavy silence that stretched between the trees. I kept scanning the darkness below, knife gripped tightly in one hand, heart pounding harder with every minute that passed. I wanted to believe it was just a one-off sound, maybe an animal I didn't recognize, or some kind of weird echo. But the raw terror in that howl told me it was something I couldn't explain. After what felt like a half hour, the silence started to press in on me. I knew I couldn't stay up here forever. I had to get down and meet the group. Steeling myself, I unstrapped the safety harness and climbed down the ladder slowly, every movement deliberate so as not to make a sound. My knife was in my pocket, ready if I needed it. The forest around me felt different now, darker, heavier, like it was watching. Every crack of a twig beneath my boots sent a spike of adrenaline through my body. I moved cautiously, eyes wide, ears straining for any sign of movement. The group wasn't far, but in this low light, the trees all blurred together, and the underbrush felt thick and tangled. I kept telling myself the others were nearby, that it was just my imagination feeding off the howl and the silence that followed. But the weight of the unknown pressed down, and every shadow seemed to shift with a life of its own. I kept my head low, knife ready, heart racing. When I finally made it back to the clearing where the group had gathered, relief washed over me. The others were already there, looking as unsettled as I felt. None of us had seen or heard anything else after that single, blood-curdling howl. No movement, no rustling, no more sounds. We waited a while longer, watching the edges of the woods, but nothing came. Eventually, we packed up and left the island quietly, each of us lost in our own thoughts about what had happened. The island felt different that night, more silent, more watchful. We never figured out what that howl was. It wasn't a coyote, not any animal we knew. No wolves, no wild dogs, nothing like that had ever been reported there. Just one howl, loud and terrifying, from a place that had always felt safe and familiar. Even now, years later, I get goosebumps thinking about it. The way it echoed through the trees, the way it shook me down to my bones. It was a reminder that sometimes, even in places you know well, the wild can still surprise you, and not always in ways you can explain. It was the middle of nowhere, Nevada, the kind of place that feels like it's been forgotten by the world. I had been hiking for nearly 2.5 weeks, carrying everything I needed on my back. Water, food, shelter, all packed tight into my gear. The trails were rough, and the heat during the day was brutal, but I was determined to make this trip count. No distractions, no noise from cities or people, just me and the land. One evening, after a long day of hiking over rocky, uneven terrain, I found a spot to set up camp on a ridge overlooking a wide valley below. The valley was quiet and empty, with a dirt road cutting straight through it like a scar on the earth. I had chosen the ridge because it gave me a good vantage point, and I figured the breeze that swept along it would keep the bugs away. The sun had just set, casting a soft orange glow over the distant hills. The sky was clear, and the stars were starting to come out, pinpricks of cold light in the darkening sky. Normally, I would have made a small fire to warm up and cook my dinner, but that night the wind was blowing hard along the ridge. It wasn't just a little breeze, it was a steady gust that cut across the ridge like a blade. I could feel it tugging at my tent and whistling through the dry brush. The last thing I wanted was a fire to catch and burn out of control. So I set up my tent, fixed my stove, and ate cold food instead. The wind was relentless, but it also kept things quiet. No sounds of animals or rustling in the bushes. By around 10 p.m., the valley below was pitch dark except for the occasional glimmer of a star or a distant town light too far away to see clearly. I lay in my tent, staring out at the road below when a faint sound reached my ears. It was the low rumble of a truck engine. I squinted into the darkness and saw headlights approaching on the dirt road. At first, I thought it was just some late-night traveler, but then I noticed something strange. The truck was driving slowly, almost cautiously, along the road. Every so often it would stop. The driver's door opened, and the dome light inside the cab flickered on. The driver reached down to the passenger floorboard, grabbed something, and then I saw a quick movement. They dropped whatever it was out of the truck and shut the door. Then the truck moved forward slowly, and the same pattern repeated over and over. Door opens, light on, grab something, drop it out, door closes, drive a bit, repeat. This went on for almost a mile, slow, deliberate stops at regular intervals. I couldn't tell exactly what they were dropping, but something about the rhythm of it felt off. It wasn't the behavior of someone just tossing trash or littering. It was too methodical, like the driver was carefully placing something along the road. I watched the truck fade into the distance, headlights disappearing into the black. I sat still, my heart beating a little faster. It was weird, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was witnessing something I shouldn't be. 15 minutes later, another vehicle appeared on the road, a Suburban. The headlights cut sharply through the darkness as it approached the same section of the road the truck had just passed. The driver of this second vehicle had a flashlight, and they were holding it out the window, shining it along the side of the road. The Suburban stopped at the exact same spots the truck had, and repeated the same actions. Door open, grab something from the road, door shut, drive slowly forward, and stop again. The driver's flashlight beam flicked over the ground where the truck had dropped those mysterious items. It looked like they were picking something up. The whole sequence repeated again and again, slow, steady, tense. The flashlight glinted on the road, briefly catching small, shining objects at the side of the dirt. I couldn't see exactly what it was, but there was no doubt in my mind these two vehicles were working together, carrying out some kind of careful operation. I was frozen on my ridge, watching, heart thudding in my chest. The wind was still roaring along the ridge, but this time it felt like it was trying to drown out the noise of those vehicles, or maybe to keep me quiet. I didn't have a campfire to give away my position, but if I had, I'm pretty sure I'd have ended up in serious trouble. The way those two vehicles moved so carefully, with those deliberate stops and quick grabs, told me they were not just doing some casual litter pickup. No, I was almost certain they were handling something dangerous, and the valley I was looking over wasn't just empty desert. It was some kind of trap or setup. I stayed in my tent, eyes fixed on the valley, listening to the crunch of tires over gravel, the faint creak of truck doors, the soft clink of metal hitting dirt. After what felt like hours, the road fell silent again. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time the wind gusted, I jumped, expecting to see headlights. My mind kept replaying the slow, mechanical movements of those vehicles and the careful dropping and picking up of something. Whatever it was, it had to be dangerous. Maybe guns or traps or something illegal. It didn't matter. I packed up early the next morning and moved away from that ridge. I didn't want to be anywhere near that road after dark. It was the kind of thing you don't want to think about too much, a quiet reminder that even in the middle of nowhere, danger can lurk just out of sight. I kept looking back as I walked away, heart still racing, knowing that wind that night had probably saved me. No fire, no light. Just the cold, quiet air and the sound of the dark moving below. I remember the exact moment I decided to do this overnighter walk alone in the Blue Mountains like it was yesterday, even though it was about 5 years ago. The Blue Mountains are this vast, wild stretch of bushland west of Sydney, and I've been exploring there since I was a kid, mostly with my dad. He was a bushwalker too, and I guess that's where I got this deep craving to be out in nature, surrounded by nothing but trees, rocks, birds, and the smell of damp earth. There's something pure and intense about it, like you're really alive when you're deep in the bush. I'd been doing day walks alone for a while, nothing too far or complicated. But this time I thought, why not try an overnight hike? It felt like a way to push myself, to prove I could handle being alone in the wild for a night. I wasn't totally reckless about it. I always carry a satellite phone, even though there's rarely any signal out there, and I bring knives with me for safety. Being a woman, I know the risks of going solo, but I also know I can handle myself pretty well. Still, looking back, yeah, it was probably a stupid idea to go completely alone, especially overnight. The first day was fine. The trail I picked was a bit off the main paths, not the well-trodden tourist tracks. It's a place that feels untouched, with thick ferns and tall gum trees shading the narrow dirt path. The smells of eucalyptus and wet leaves were everywhere. I saw a handful of people, 3 or 4 groups, mostly day hikers or couples with backpacks, moving the opposite way. We gave each other polite nods or brief hellos, but no one stayed long enough to chat. It was peaceful and quiet. As dusk started creeping in, I found a small clearing about 30 meters off the track to set up my little one-person tent. It wasn't much, just enough space cleared of ferns and underbrush, hidden mostly by trees and bushes. I like to be just out of sight, away from the main trail, but close enough that I don't feel totally cut off. The air smelled cool and fresh, and the light was soft, fading quickly into twilight. I cooked some dinner on my small stove, ate quietly, and listened to the sounds of the bush, crickets, occasional bird calls, the rustling of small animals moving in the undergrowth. I was settling in to sleep when I first heard it. It wasn't a typical bush noise, the kind I was used to from years of walking here. It was this bounding sound, like someone sprinting past, but it didn't make sense. The bush undergrowth here is thick, full of low branches and dense ferns that make moving fast almost impossible without breaking twigs and making noise. Plus, the sound moved way too fast, and with way fewer footfalls than a human sprinting through scrub would make. I tried to tell myself it was probably something falling from a tree, a kangaroo maybe, or a big bird, or even just my imagination playing tricks on me because it was dark. I laid back down and tried to relax, but that uneasy feeling didn't leave me. It was hard to get comfortable. The usual night sounds felt distant and muted, as if the whole forest had gone quiet, listening too. My mind kept drifting back to that strange noise, the way it zipped by without slowing or stumbling, like it was gliding through the bush rather than running on the ground. Morning came slowly. The sky brightened, and the bush started waking up with bird calls and insects buzzing. I made breakfast, packed my gear carefully, and set off back along the trail. For a while, I passed a couple more people going the other way, but after that, I was alone again. The bush around me thickened, and the path narrowed. I kept my eyes peeled and my knife close, just in case. Then I heard it, a sharp crack, like a stick snapping underfoot. It was behind me, a little off to the left, deeper in the bush away from the track. I froze and slowly turned my head, heart pounding in my chest. I saw something standing there, a good distance in, between the trees and bushes. It was looking straight at me. At first, I thought it might be a person, but that thought vanished in an instant. The figure was impossibly tall, at least 9 feet, maybe more. Its skin looked like a dull, dark gray or brownish color, almost like rough tree bark but smoother. It had a huge head, far larger in proportion to a human's, and these enormous black eyes that seemed to shine, even in the dim light. There was no visible mouth, no nose, nothing that resembled a face the way we know it. Its arms and legs were unnaturally long and thin, bending at odd angles. The whole thing looked completely out of place in the bush, like some creature from a nightmare or a sci-fi movie. I couldn't move. My legs felt frozen, locked in place. My breathing hitched, and tears welled up uncontrollably in my eyes. I stared at it, and the fear that washed over me was nothing like any fear I've ever known before. It was pure, overwhelming dread, like every muscle in my body was screaming to run, but my mind was trapped, unable to react. I could see the pounding of my own heartbeat in the veins of my vision, like everything was pulsing in slow motion. And then suddenly, something snapped. My body took over. I turned and bolted, sprinting as fast as I could back down the trail. I didn't dare look behind me, but I could feel something chasing me, not with feet pounding, but like a presence breathing down my neck. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, tears streaming down my face. Eventually, I caught up to a group of hikers moving in the same direction. They immediately noticed how shaken I was, but I just kept moving with them, too scared to stop or look back. I told myself I'd never be alone out here again. It took me 6 months to finally get back into the bushwalking game, and even then, I never went solo. I stick with friends now, always have my phone on hand, and avoid the smaller, hidden tracks. The memory of that figure stays with me, its impossible height, the way its eyes seemed to burn into me, and the way my body betrayed me with frozen terror. I don't know what I saw that day, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't anything human or earthly. The thought that it could have been some kind of alien or unknown creature doesn't scare me as much as the memory of how utterly powerless and terrified I felt. And every time I go back into the Blue Mountains, especially at dusk or dawn, I find myself glancing off the trail, half expecting to see those black eyes staring back at me again. Running alone on a logging road in central Wisconsin wasn't something I usually did, but that day, I'd wanted to get out into the quiet woods, away from the noise of the city and the weight of everything else on my mind. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows across the cracked gravel path as I jogged steadily along the narrow road. The air was cool but not cold, the kind of fresh that only comes from miles of untouched forest and tall pines. The road stretched out ahead, cutting a straight line through dense stands of birch and maple, their trunks pale in the fading light. The smell of pine needles mixed with the faint, earthy scent of wet leaves and moss. Every now and then, the soft crunch of my shoes against the gravel echoed off the trees. The only other sounds were distant bird calls and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I liked it that way, simple, quiet, and natural. After running for maybe 30 minutes, I began to slow down, my breath coming steady and rhythmic. That's when the feeling hit me, a sudden, deep sense that I wasn't alone. It wasn't a sound or a movement that caught my attention, but a raw, instinctive feeling crawling up my spine, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. It's hard to describe, but it was like the forest itself was watching me, like something just beyond the trees was waiting, focused on me. I stopped running, my heart skipping a beat. My eyes scanned the edge of the forest on either side of the road. The trees seemed to close in, darkening as the sun dipped lower. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination, or maybe a deer or some other animal hiding in the bushes. But the feeling wouldn't leave, and my gaze kept drifting back to the thick woods on the right side of the road. Then I saw it. A large wolf stepped out of the shadows about 50 yards ahead. Its fur was a mix of grays and browns, blending perfectly with the undergrowth and fallen leaves. It moved silently, almost like a shadow itself, and stopped at the edge of the road. For a moment, it just stood there, staring directly at me. Its eyes were sharp and unblinking, reflecting the last light of the day. They held an intelligence that was both wild and calm, something ancient and raw. I froze, not wanting to make any sudden movements. I stared back, locked in a quiet battle of wills with the animal. Time seemed to slow as we watched each other. The wolf was big, bigger than any dog I'd ever seen, and there was a quiet power in the way it held itself. My mind raced with thoughts, but none of them made me move. I just stayed still, heart pounding, waiting. After about 30 seconds that felt like a lifetime, the wolf gave one last look, then turned slowly and slipped back into the forest, disappearing like a ghost among the trees. I stood there a few moments longer, eyes following the spot where it vanished, feeling the cool air brush against my skin and hearing nothing but the soft crackle of leaves. Even after it was gone, the feeling of being watched didn't leave. I started running again, but the forest around me didn't feel quite the same. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle in the underbrush sharper. I could still feel the weight of those eyes on me, as if the wolf hadn't really left but was still out there, tracking me silently. I ran faster, my breath heavy and uneven, heart thumping hard. The logging road stretched ahead, winding through the trees, but instead of feeling peaceful, it felt tense and unfamiliar. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see the wolf again. But there was nothing, just empty woods and fading light. Eventually, I reached the edge of the forest where the road opened onto a clearing with a small creek running through it. The sound of flowing water was a relief, something natural and soothing. I paused there, letting the cool air fill my lungs and trying to calm my racing heart. The wolf hadn't followed me, that much was clear. Wolves rarely attack people, and I knew that, but the encounter was still enough to shake me. As I stood there, I thought about how wild and untamed this place was. The woods around me were home to all kinds of animals, deer, raccoons, foxes, and yes, wolves too. They lived quietly, usually avoiding people. But for a brief moment, I'd been part of their world, stared down by a creature that was perfectly adapted to survive here, a creature that could disappear without a trace. I started walking back toward my car, which was parked at the far end of the logging road, thinking about the balance between fear and respect. The wolf hadn't threatened me, but it had reminded me how small and vulnerable I was out here. It was a reminder that no matter how comfortable we get with nature, it's still wild, still unpredictable. When I finally reached the car, I felt a mix of relief and awe. The sun had almost disappeared behind the trees, and the woods were settling into night. I locked the doors, took a deep breath, and looked back at the road I'd come from. The forest was silent again, but I knew it held secrets I'd only just begun to understand. That night, I slept with the window cracked open, letting the cool air in and listening to the sounds of the woods. The memory of the wolf's eyes stayed with me, not as a nightmare, but as a reminder of the wildness that lives just beyond the edge of our lives. It was a real moment, raw and alive, and it changed how I saw the forest. Not just as a place to run, but as a place to respect. I guess that's what stuck with me the most, the quiet, steady watchfulness of the wolf, and the deep, steady beat of the forest itself. It wasn't scary because it was about danger or attack. It was scary because it was real, because for a moment I had stepped into another world, and I could feel how close it all was, how easily it could reach out and touch you if you weren't careful. From then on, whenever I ran in the woods, I kept that feeling with me, a sharp, clear awareness of the life all around, of eyes watching from the shadows, and the quiet power of a wolf's stare. It's not something you forget easily. and maybe it's not something you want to forget at all. I was in the middle of a mountain range, miles from any real civilization. My job was to survey populations of various organisms living in the streams that cut through these remote slopes. The streams here were cold and clear, fed by melting snow and underground springs, winding through dense stands of pine and fir, and often bordered by thick patches of moss and ferns. It was early morning, the kind of quiet that felt thick enough to press against your skin, the sun still low enough that long shadows stretched across the valley floor. I had been hiking in since the day before, carrying my backpack with all my gear, sampling jars, nets, water bottles, a small stove, maps, GPS, and emergency supplies. The nearest road was a dirt track at least 15 miles behind me, and from there a longer drive to town. Out here, no one came through except those who planned to be out in the wilderness for days at a time. The terrain was rugged, with steep climbs and rocky paths, often overgrown with brush. I'd been moving slowly to avoid disturbing the fragile habitats I was studying, and to keep myself from making noise that could scare away the wildlife I hoped to observe. I was standing in the middle of a shallow stream, its cold water swirling around my boots as I carefully scanned the edges for signs of the rare stonefly larvae I was supposed to collect today. The water was about a foot deep here, rushing steadily downstream between smooth river stones and fallen logs. The air smelled like damp earth, pine resin, and the faint tang of melting snow. The only sound was the constant rush of water and the occasional distant call of a bird. As I shifted my weight on the slippery rocks, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. From upstream, an older man appeared, crossing the stream at a narrow point a little ways off from where I stood. I froze immediately, startled. The man was thin but sturdy, wearing clothes that looked worn but practical, a faded flannel shirt and sturdy pants, boots that looked well used. His face was weathered and rough, sunburned from time spent outdoors. He didn't carry a pack or any gear. No water bottle, no fishing rod, no hiking poles, nothing to suggest he was just out for a casual walk. We both stopped when our eyes met. For a moment, the only sound was the water flowing around us. His expression was unreadable, neither friendly nor hostile, just steady and calm. We held that gaze for a second longer than felt comfortable. Then he turned and continued upstream, moving steadily but deliberately, slipping over rocks without hesitation. The thing that stayed with me was the fact that this man was clearly not a hiker, not someone out for a quick trip or a day walk. It was a 15 to 20 mile hike from the nearest road just to get here, through difficult terrain. No trail signs, no easy waypoints. He wasn't lost, I was sure of that. No gear meant he wasn't planning to stay overnight, and no signs of carrying food or water meant he either didn't expect to be out long or was completely hardened to the wilderness. This wasn't someone I'd expect to see in a place like this. I stood there frozen, water swirling around my calves, heart pounding. My mind ran through all the possibilities. Was he a local, someone who lived off the grid? Maybe a hunter or trapper. But there was no visible hunting gear or weapons. Was he homeless or someone avoiding society? None of it made sense. No one just walks through these mountains without reason. I didn't follow him, and he didn't come closer. After a moment, I turned and carefully climbed out of the stream, my boots wet and muddy, but my hands steady. I moved back to my camp spot, a small clearing where I'd set up my tent and laid out my supplies on a flat rock. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I double-checked the area, scanning the tree lines and listening for sounds beyond the usual birds and wind. Nothing moved, no footsteps besides my own. But that sense of unease stayed heavy in my chest. That night, as I lay in my tent, the usual sounds of the wilderness felt different. Too quiet in some places, too loud in others. I kept picturing the man's face, the way he'd looked at me so calmly, but with something unreadable behind his eyes. I wondered how long he'd been out here, where he was going, and why. The next morning, I decided to change my route. Instead of continuing upstream along my original plan, I took a side trail I hadn't intended to explore, less obvious, less traveled. It was harder going, with fallen trees and dense undergrowth, but I needed to clear my head. After a few hours of hiking, I found an old, rusted metal barrel hidden among some bushes. Near it, I spotted the remains of a fire pit, scattered ashes, and a few charred logs. It looked like someone had camped here recently, but there was no other sign of who. No footprints in the mud, No discarded trash, just the barrel and fire pit. I felt a chill run down my spine. Whoever the man was, he wasn't the only one out here. The wilderness seemed suddenly less empty. I kept moving, picking up my pace. As the sun climbed higher, I crossed several more small streams, each one colder and clearer than the last. I made sure to collect samples carefully, but kept my senses sharp, watching and listening for any sign of movement beyond the wildlife. By late afternoon, I found myself at the edge of a small ridge overlooking a deep valley. The view was stunning, mountains rising on all sides, forests stretching to the horizon, the stream winding like a silver ribbon through the trees below. I sat on a rock to catch my breath, the wind cool against my face. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling behind me, soft footsteps breaking through the dry leaves. I turned quickly, heart hammering. No one, just trees swaying gently in the breeze. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. Someone was watching me. I stuffed my gear into my pack, deciding I wasn't going to wait to find out. I took out my GPS, checked my position, and planned the quickest way back to the main trail. It would add a few miles to my hike, but it was worth it. As I moved down the ridge, I heard the footsteps again, this time closer, sharper. I didn't dare look back, just kept moving fast, careful not to trip on roots or rocks. The forest closed in tighter, shadows stretching longer as the sun dropped. I thought about the man in the stream, about the fire pit and barrel, about the feeling of being followed. I didn't stop until I reached the dirt road, dusty and barren in the fading light. I looked back once, down the trail I'd come from. The trees stood silent and still. I made it back to my truck as the stars started to appear. I sat in the driver's seat for a long time, hands gripping the steering wheel, watching the dark forest edge behind me. Whatever that man was, wherever he had come from, I knew one thing for certain. Out here, alone in the mountains, you never really are alone. I spent most of my childhood wandering through the woods behind my family's house. It was a vast stretch of land, mostly forested, and our property was bordered on all sides by miles of empty back roads and thick wilderness. I was a quiet kid and didn't really need much company except for Sandy, our black lab. She was always by my side, a constant companion and my protector, or so I believed. The woods felt like my world, vast, full of secrets and little adventures. I knew every twisted root, every mossy rock, every fallen branch on our acreage. But the land beyond our property was something I hadn't fully explored, and it called to me like a silent challenge. One day, sometime in late September or early October, I decided to go further than I had before. It was midday, the sun high but beginning its slow descent, and the air had that crispness that you only get in early fall. The leaves on the trees were changing, shades of orange, gold, and deep red blending with the lingering green. It was that perfect mix of warmth and chill, where you could still feel the sun's heat on your skin, but knew winter wasn't far off. The kind of day that makes you want to walk for hours without thinking about anything else. I grabbed Sandy's leash and a small backpack with some water and a snack. We left the house quietly. My parents were busy, and I didn't want to bother anyone with my usual wandering. We started out by following a familiar creek that ran near the edge of our property. The creek was shallow and slow-moving, its water clear and cold. It cut a narrow path through the trees, and I knew if I followed it long enough, it would lead me out beyond our land. I had done this once or twice before, but never all the way. That day, I decided to see just how far I could go. Sandy trotted ahead, sniffing at the ground, her tail wagging lazily. I kept a steady pace, my eyes scanning the underbrush and the canopy above. The sound of the water trickling over smooth stones filled the quiet air, mixed with the occasional rustle of leaves and distant bird calls. I remember feeling calm, content even, as if the woods themselves were welcoming me deeper into their embrace. The creek curved and dipped as it wound through the trees, and after what felt like a long walk, I stopped. The creek suddenly spilled into a small pool, no bigger than a backyard swimming pool. The water was dark, almost black, filled with silt and covered in patches by a few fallen trees that lay half submerged. Around the pool, the plants were beginning to die back with the coming cold. Brown leaves mixed with the vibrant autumn colors. It was a quiet, still place, the kind that felt like it had been frozen in time. I stepped carefully around the edge of the pool, my eyes scanning the water and the surrounding forest. That's when something changed. It wasn't sudden like a flash of lightning or a loud noise, but a subtle shift, like turning the contrast or saturation way up in a photo editor. The colors grew sharper, the temperature of the air seemed different, and even the sounds around me changed. The light was softer but clearer, as if a veil had lifted. I remember looking at the water. It was no longer the dark, silt-filled pool I had just seen. The water had become crystal clear. I could see every pebble and plant at the bottom. The edge of the pool was no longer lined with dying brush, but was surrounded by thick, lush vegetation. The leaves on the trees were brighter and greener. Even the air smelled different, fresh, almost sweet. It was as if I had stepped into a different place or time. I froze. My heart raced, and I stood perfectly still, trying to understand what was happening. Sandy tugged on the leash suddenly, pulling me back from the edge. I turned my head to look at her, and the world snapped back to what I recognized. The colors dulled, the water was dark and murky again, the cold had returned, and the sun was low on the horizon. The light was different too, as if the day had suddenly shifted into early evening. I glanced at my watch, but the time didn't make sense. I felt disoriented. How had so much time passed so quickly? I knew I had left the house after lunch, and based on the distance we had traveled, it shouldn't have taken more than an hour or two to get there. But now, it was clearly near sunset. Sandy was pulling me toward the path home, her leash tight in my hand. Voices drifted faintly from a distance, calling my name. I hurried back, my mind spinning with confusion. When I finally reached the house, my family told me I had been gone for nearly 8 hours. I couldn't explain how that was possible. The area I had explored was too small to have taken that long. They all thought I had gotten lost, but I knew I hadn't. I had been somewhere else, something else, but I didn't have the words or understanding to explain it then. Years later, after we moved away, I went back. The new owners of the property were kind enough to let me explore the land again. I wanted to find that pool, to understand what I had seen. It was the dry season then, and the creek was nearly dry, but I found the spot where the pool had been. It was just a shallow depression filled with dirt and fallen leaves. Nothing like the vibrant, clear pool I remembered. I measured the distance from the house, traced the path, and talked to old neighbors and family members. They all confirmed my timeline. I couldn't have been gone longer than 2 hours. I've tried to find explanations, losing track of time, hallucinating, or simply mixing memories. But none of it fits with how vivid that moment was, how real it felt when everything shifted. The way Sandy pulled me away, the sudden snap back to reality, the voices calling. I'm a rational person. I believe in things I can see, touch, and prove. But this experience has always stayed with me like a question without an answer. It's a place in my memory where time bent, and I crossed into something I can't explain. Not ghosts, not magic, just something real, something strange in the woods behind my house, waiting quietly beneath the changing leaves. That night stays with me more than most. It's like a shadow in my memory, there but impossible to grasp. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, but the more I think about it, the less it makes any sense at all. I had a buddy who lived a few streets over in my neighborhood. We weren't super close, but we hung out enough to call each other friends. He had a nice little backyard with a grill and some old wooden patio chairs, the kind that creak when you sit in them. The neighborhood itself was quiet, mostly families, nothing wild or out of the ordinary. Just normal streets with streetlights spaced evenly, the usual hum of cars passing now and then. That night started just like any other. We were sitting outside playing cards, drinking a couple of beers. Nothing special. It was warm enough that we didn't have to worry about jackets, but there was a slight breeze that rustled the leaves of the old oak tree by his fence. The sky was clear, stars blinking faintly, and the streetlights cast soft pools of yellow light on the pavement. We talked about random stuff, work, the weekend, some dumb jokes, nothing deep. I wasn't planning on staying long, because I had some things to get done the next morning. After a few rounds of cards and maybe 2 beers each, I checked the time. It was just before 10. I stood up, stretched, said my goodbyes, and started the short walk home. The walk was no more than 15 minutes, door to door. I never drove there because it was so close and the streets were quiet at that hour. I had the whole walk memorized, past the corner store, the small park where the kids played during the day, the row of houses with well-kept lawns, and finally the street where I lived. It was a nice night, peaceful really. The air smelled faintly of freshly cut grass mixed with the faint smoke of a neighbor's fire pit somewhere down the block. As I walked, I kept my pace steady but relaxed. I remember noticing the coolness in the air that was starting to creep in, a reminder that the summer was slipping away and fall was on its way. The streetlights flickered on one by one as I passed, and the occasional car rolled by, the headlights briefly lighting up the sidewalks before disappearing down the street. I remember feeling a little tired, but not in any way unusual. Just the kind of tired you get after a day of work and a few beers. I made it to my place without incident. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The house was quiet. My roommate was coming out the front door, coffee in hand, dressed in his usual work clothes. He gave me a look, one of those looks that mixes confusion and something else I couldn't place. He said he thought I was asleep since my truck was parked in the driveway. I told him I'd just been at my friend's, having some beers and playing cards. Then he asked why I was just coming in now, at night. That's when things started to get weird. He laughed, but not in a joking way. He asked if I was drunk. We looked at each other for a minute, me trying to figure out if he was messing with me, and him looking like he was dead serious. Then he told me it was just after 5 in the morning. I froze. It didn't make sense. I had just been at my buddy's house. I knew I had just left him. The walk wasn't that long. I looked at my phone. It said 5:10 a.m. I blinked, stared at it like it was broken, but it wasn't. I was wide awake, standing in my living room, with coffee-smelling roommate and a clock that read early morning. I paced the room, my mind spinning. How could that be? I called my buddy's house. He answered groggily and confirmed I'd left around 10 p.m. the previous night. There was no mistake there. The walk, the beers, the cards, it all happened. But what about the 7 hours between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.? I couldn't remember a thing, not a single detail. I checked around the house, looked at my clothes, the state of the backyard. Nothing was out of place. No evidence of me being out anywhere else. No signs I had gone anywhere but the 15-minute walk home. I wasn't drunk. I hadn't had more than 2 beers, and they were spaced out over the night. I was alert the whole time. No medical conditions that would cause blackouts. No history of that kind of thing. No one had slipped anything into my drinks. The whole thing was a blank. 7 hours disappeared like smoke. I tried to retrace my steps in my head, but there was nothing. It was unsettling. The kind of unsettling that creeps under your skin and never really leaves. I kept checking the clock, trying to convince myself it was just a weird mistake or a prank. But it wasn't. Everything was real and yet impossible to explain. Over the next few days, I kept looking for answers. I retraced the walk again, checked with neighbors, anything that could explain what happened. No one saw me between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. No security cameras, no witnesses. Nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I fell asleep somewhere, but I have no memory of it. And if I had, how did I get home? I don't even drive the route at night. The whole thing defies logic. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. I wasn't unconscious. I was completely aware the whole time, or so I thought. But those hours vanished. I've never told many people about it because it sounds insane, like I'm making it up. But I'm not. I remember the confusion, the shock, the cold sweat as I paced around trying to make sense of it. Years later, I still don't have answers. The missing hours haunt me because they remind me how little control we really have over time and memory. It makes me question everything I thought I knew about how our minds work. I know what I experienced was real, even if I can't explain it. And that, more than anything, is the scariest part. That there are things happening in life that we simply can't understand or explain, no matter how much we try. The nights since have been normal, uneventful. No strange gaps, no blackouts, nothing like that. Just that one night, that one impossible stretch of time that disappeared without a trace. And sometimes, when the night is quiet and I'm alone, I find myself wondering where I was during those lost hours. What I did, what I saw, if I was even really awake at all. But I guess some questions just don't have answers. And maybe that's okay, because some mysteries are better left alone. The snow was coming down thick and fast that evening in 2011. I was driving down an old highway that barely anyone used anymore, the kind of road that had been largely forgotten by most drivers, but it was the quickest way to the next town over. The sky was a dull gray, heavy with snow clouds, and the road was barely visible beneath the fresh white blanket that kept piling up. The temperature was dropping, and the wind howled around the edges of the car, making the whole world feel cold and empty. My girlfriend sat beside me, quiet, watching the snowflakes swirl in the dim light coming from the dashboard. The heater hummed softly, struggling against the chill that seeped through the doors and windows. Our breath fogged the inside of the glass, and the windshield wipers worked overtime to keep a clear path ahead. It was the kind of weather where you could almost lose yourself in the snow if you weren't careful. Everything outside blurred, sounds muffled, and the world seemed to shrink down to the narrow ribbon of road beneath us. We'd been driving for a while when I noticed an SUV up ahead, its red taillights glowing faintly through the snow. We stayed behind it, keeping a safe distance, as both of us were being cautious given the slippery road. The SUV moved slowly, almost hesitantly, and at one point I thought it might stop altogether. Then, without any warning, it did. The brake lights went solid red, and the SUV was just sitting there in the middle of the lane. I felt the cold settle deeper in my chest. Something wasn't right. I slowed down, careful not to lose traction on the ice beneath the snow, and then pulled around the SUV to see what was going on. That's when I saw the truck. It was parked diagonally across the highway, completely blocking the lane. Both the driver and passenger doors were open, wide, like someone had left in a rush. Snow was already piling lightly on the edges of the doors and on the windshield, but inside the truck, it looked untouched. No one was sitting inside, no visible sign of a struggle. The snow around the truck was fresh and pure white, except for two clear sets of footprints leading from the truck door and heading straight off into the dark woods that lined the side of the highway. The tracks were crisp and defined, which told me whoever had walked them hadn't been gone long. It had to have been recent, especially with the storm pounding down so hard. If they'd been gone long, the snow would have started to fill in the prints. I glanced back at the SUV, where the driver was watching me carefully. I got out of my car, the cold biting at my skin the moment the door swung open. My boots crunched in the snow as I moved closer to the truck, scanning for any signs of people or damage. There was nothing. No one was hurt. The engine was off. The keys were not in the ignition. The truck was just abandoned. My mind raced through all the possible explanations. Maybe the driver had stopped to help someone. Maybe they'd gotten lost or broken down, or maybe worse. I thought about calling the police, but my phone's signal was weak, and the battery was already half dead from the cold. Before I could do anything else, the driver of the SUV approached me. He didn't say much, just motioned toward his phone. He told me quietly that the truck had been reported stolen earlier that day. I remember feeling a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The idea that this vehicle wasn't just abandoned, but stolen made everything feel heavier, more serious. He said highway patrol was on the way. I wanted to ask more, but I figured it was better to stay put and wait rather than wandering into the woods after those tracks. Something about the footprints pulled at my instincts, a warning maybe. I didn't want to find out what was waiting out there. After a few minutes, I got back into the car with my girlfriend. The SUV slowly pulled back onto the road, and I started driving again, the storm closing in around us once more. The road felt lonelier now, colder somehow. A day or two later, I heard the news. The truck belonged to a man from a nearby town, someone local who had been missing for over a week. The police had gone into the woods, following those same tracks that I had seen, searching for any sign of him. What they found was grim. His body was lying in a ditch not far from where the truck had been abandoned. He had been shot once, in the back of the head. The bullet wound was clean and precise. It wasn't a struggle. It looked like he'd been marched out there, executed, and left for the snow to cover. That image stuck with me. The man, probably alive only minutes before, dragged into the woods, his life taken in cold silence. I kept thinking about those footprints in the snow, how close I had been to following them, how easily I might have walked straight into a trap or worse. The silence of the woods was nothing like the gentle quiet of falling snow. It was heavy with danger and secrets no one wanted to hear. The highway, once a simple route to the next town, suddenly felt like a border between safety and something much darker. I'm still thankful I didn't follow those tracks that night. I don't know what I would have found, but I do know I didn't want to find out. That old highway was never the same after that. The memory of those open truck doors, the footprints leading into the woods, and the man's final moments replay in my mind whenever the snow starts to fall heavy again. It was a close call, the kind that changes the way you look at the world. You learn to trust your instincts, to respect the silence, and sometimes to just keep driving. We had decided to take a quiet trip out to Montana, near Yellowstone, just to get away from everything for a few days. It was late fall, well into the off-season, and the campground was practically empty. The air was crisp, the kind that carries the scent of pine and earth, and the sky was vast, painted with soft oranges and fading blues as the sun dipped low behind the distant hills. The campground itself was small, maybe a dozen sites at most, and only about 5 were occupied. Most of the campers had already packed up and left for the season, leaving just a handful of people scattered around the dusty gravel spots. It was peaceful in a way that felt almost sacred, like the world had slowed down just enough for you to breathe in everything around you. A couple with an RV was camped a few spots down from us. They had a large dog with them, a tall, sturdy creature with a thick coat that looked like it could handle the cold Montana winters without breaking a sweat. I had seen the dog around a few times during the day, always friendly, always calm. As I walked past their RV one afternoon, I stopped to pet the dog. It was warm and soft under my hand, and the dog leaned into the scratch behind its ears with a quiet contentment. It gave me a few licks on the hand, then settled back down near the RV, watching us all with calm, intelligent eyes. That day passed slowly, the kind of slow that lets your mind wander without pressure. We cooked simple meals over the fire, hot dogs and canned beans, and spent hours just sitting by the fire, wrapped in blankets against the cool air, watching the stars come out one by one. Later that evening, as the sun was setting, I sat outside our tent with my Kindle, reading quietly. The warm glow of the setting sun softened the trees and hills around us, and the last rays streaked through the branches in long, gentle beams. The wind was light, rustling the leaves and carrying the distant calls of birds settling in for the night. Suddenly, I felt something cold and soft nudge against my arm. A nose, pushing gently up beneath my elbow like a dog does when it wants attention. I didn't think twice. I assumed it was the big dog from down the way, so I reached down to scratch behind the ears without looking around. The nose was cool, wet, and surprisingly solid. My hand brushed fur, thick and coarse under my fingers. I kept scratching, feeling the muscles ripple beneath the fur. It was calm, not threatening at all. Then, out of the corner of my eye, my friend appeared around the corner of the RV, and his expression froze. His eyes widened, his face pale with shock. For a moment, he didn't say anything, just stared at me. That's when I looked down and saw it. Not the friendly dog I expected, but a large gray wolf, sitting patiently at my side like a dog waiting for a scratch. The wolf's eyes were sharp and alert, but strangely calm. It didn't growl or bare its teeth. Instead, it simply tilted its head slightly and looked up at me with what felt like gratitude. I froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. My brain was telling me to stop and back away slowly, but my hand was still moving, scratching behind the wolf's ears. I kept scratching, maybe for another 10 seconds, feeling the surprising warmth of its fur beneath my fingers. The wolf leaned into it, clearly enjoying the attention, as if I were a friend or at least something familiar. Then, as quietly as it had appeared, the wolf stood up and turned toward the trees at the edge of the campground. It paused for a moment, looking back at me once, almost like a silent thank you, before slipping off into the woods. Its movements were fluid and confident, a creature completely at home in the wild. My friend and I stood there for a long moment, not moving, not saying a word. The shock was still settling in, the weight of what had just happened pressing down on us both. After a while, we packed up our gear and left the campground that night. We checked into a hotel in the nearest town, the kind of place that was warm, with thick walls and locked doors. We didn't talk much about what happened. We didn't need to. The silence between us said everything. The next day, the sun was bright and clear, and the world looked safe again. But I kept thinking about the wolf, the way it had trusted me, the way it had allowed me to touch it without fear. It wasn't like the stories you hear about wolves as threats or monsters. This was something else. Something real, wild, and strangely gentle. I don't know what would have happened if I had stopped scratching, or if the wolf had been hungry or scared. Maybe it would have run away, or maybe something worse. But none of that happened. It just came to me that evening, looking for a quiet moment of kindness, and then left as silently as it arrived. I still think about that night sometimes, about the way the wild can surprise you when you least expect it, and about how sometimes the most mysterious things aren't scary at all. They're just waiting for someone to notice them. I'm a little late to the party with this story, but it's one that filled my nightmares for a long time after it happened. It's still raw in my mind, even years later. I've never told it to anyone fully like this before. The whole thing feels like a dark shadow I carry around, and even writing it now stirs up the same heavy feeling I had back then. A couple of years ago, I was living in Colombo, Sri Lanka. I had moved there for work and ended up staying in a small hostel on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't one of those fancy places, just a rundown building with peeling paint, creaky wooden floors, and a constant buzz of street noise from outside. The hostel mostly catered to long-term guests, so after a while, you got to know almost everyone living there. We were a small, tight-knit group, with different backgrounds, but all somehow linked by the fact we were far from home. One of the people I got to know was a guy named Raj. Raj was from Colombo originally, but wasn't your typical hostel resident. He worked in something that sounded shady, even when he explained it casually. He was a middleman in the casino world, which in Sri Lanka is a strange and dangerous underbelly. The casinos here are mostly illegal, operating in a kind of gray area, protected by corruption and bribery. They are filled with some serious criminal elements: Russian mobsters, Chinese gangsters, and Indian criminals. It's a dirty business, and you could feel that tension every time you stepped near one of those places. Raj's role was to take online bets from Indian clients and then physically place those bets inside the casinos. His clients weren't sitting at the tables themselves. Instead, they trusted Raj to gamble their money for them, sometimes large sums, because of the high stakes and connections involved. He was basically the link between the online world and the real, physical danger of the casino floor. You could say he was playing with fire, especially since he was handling huge amounts of cash that belonged to some very powerful and dangerous people. Raj was a quiet guy, never really opening up much. He had a kind of heavy look in his eyes, like he was carrying a weight no one else could see. I remember once he showed me his phone with betting slips and transaction records, all tangled in numbers and codes that made no sense to me. It was a glimpse into a world I didn't understand, but knew was risky. One night, everything fell apart. Raj made a mistake, a huge one. From what I gathered later, one of his clients had somehow hacked into his online betting system and stolen all the money his clients had deposited to play with. We're talking over 50,000 US dollars, an enormous sum for anyone in Sri Lanka, let alone for those involved in underground gambling. That money wasn't just numbers on a screen. It was real, hard cash that a lot of powerful people were expecting to see. After the theft, Raj disappeared, just vanished overnight. The only thing he left behind was a note tucked under his pillow on his bed. It was cryptic and short. The note said things like, "Don't look for me," and "I'm leaving." But there was something else in it, something desperate, scared. We found the note the morning after he was gone. No one had seen him leave, and none of his usual contacts had heard from him since. We reported his disappearance to the police, but nothing seemed to happen at first. The hostel was full of rumors, everyone whispering about what might have happened. The other guests were too afraid to get involved, afraid of what Raj had been mixed up in. The last thing anyone wanted was to stir up trouble with people who might have been watching. After a few days, the police came back. They wanted someone who knew Raj to come with them to identify a body. No one else volunteered, so I went. I remember feeling cold and sick as I walked into the police headquarters. The place was grim and dark, with walls that seemed to close in. They led me to a back room where there were photographs laid out on a table. Photos of a body, but not just any body. The body had been cut into pieces. It was Raj. The images were brutal and graphic. The flesh was torn apart, the pieces scattered, and dumped into a sewer canal nearby. Whoever did this didn't just want to kill him. They wanted to erase him completely, make sure no part of him was left whole. The details stuck with me like a nightmare I couldn't wake from. The blood, the cuts, the way the body had been discarded like garbage. It was horrifying. I had to confirm it was him. I looked at the photos over and over. His watch, the clothes, the ring he always wore. There was no doubt. The police never found who was responsible. They said it was likely a warning, a message from the criminal world Raj had been involved in. A brutal punishment for losing so much money, or maybe for being betrayed. I left the hostel shortly afterward. The place felt different after that, darker, colder. Everyone seemed to avoid the topic of Raj, as if saying his name would bring the violence closer. I wanted to stay, but something inside me told me I had to get away before it was too late. The images of those photos never left me. I tried to erase them from my mind, but they kept coming back in my dreams and quiet moments. The fear, the helplessness, the knowledge that Raj had been caught in something far beyond what he could handle, it haunted me. In the end, I never found answers. The police never caught anyone. Raj's disappearance was just another unsolved mystery in the shadows of Colombo's dark underworld. What I do know is this: some mistakes in that world cost lives, and sometimes you don't even get the chance to say goodbye. I had been hiking for hours, making my way through a patch of forest that felt like it hadn't seen a soul in decades. The map I'd brought showed the outline of an old town, long abandoned, swallowed slowly by the surrounding woods. I was determined to explore it, to see if any traces of its past still remained. The kind of place where nature was quietly reclaiming what humans had left behind. The path was rough, not a maintained trail by any means. Fallen trees stretched across the narrow creek at 3 separate points, forcing me to carefully balance and cross one after another. Each crossing tested my nerves. The logs were slick with moss and uneven, some cracked and rotted beneath my boots. The creek itself was shallow, but the water ran cold and swift, the sound filling the quiet forest like a restless whisper. When I crossed the 3rd fallen tree, I glanced back. The creek looked smaller here, but the tangle of trees and undergrowth around it was dense. My boots sunk slightly into the damp earth, and the smell of pine mixed with decaying leaves hung in the air. I was about 5 miles in, and my legs were beginning to feel the strain. Still, there was a strange pull to this place, a draw I couldn't explain. That's when I saw it, or rather him. A flash of blue caught my eye through the thinning brush, just a few yards ahead. At first, I thought it might be some piece of lost clothing, maybe a discarded jacket or backpack left behind by some careless camper or hiker. But as I got closer, the shape solidified into a man sitting high up in a tree. He looked to be in his 60s, maybe older. He wore a pair of blue satin pajamas, the kind that shimmer softly in low light, the fabric catching the sparse sunlight filtering through the leaves above. The pajamas were clean, crisp even, with a slight sheen that stood out sharply against the rough bark and dull greens of the forest. He was barefoot, his feet hanging loosely from the branch, toes curling around it almost gently. His hair was neatly combed, and his face was smooth and well cared for, almost like he had just stepped out of a comfortable home rather than some isolated patch of woods. What unsettled me the most was his laughter. It started as I got closer, a soft, rhythmic chuckle at first, growing louder and clearer. It wasn't a mad or angry laugh, not the kind you hear in horror movies or on the news when something terrible happens. It was a calm, almost amused laugh, like he found something deeply funny, but not in a way that suggested happiness. More like a secret he alone understood. The sound set off alarms in my head. It didn't fit. I stopped a few feet away and gave him a nod, a polite, friendly gesture. The kind you give someone when you're passing by on a trail and want to acknowledge their presence without starting a conversation. He didn't return the nod. He just kept laughing. Then abruptly he stopped. The woods fell silent again. I glanced back, startled, to find the man was gone. No cracking branch beneath him. No rustling leaves. No faint shadow or shape behind the nearby trees. Just empty branches, still and quiet. I looked up and down the tree trunk. No sign that anyone had climbed down or slipped away. The bark was undisturbed, no footprints in the dirt below. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe my mind playing tricks on me after hours of hiking alone in the wilderness. But the laughter echoed in my ears, clear as day. I kept walking, heart pounding in my chest. The woods seemed darker somehow, thicker. The sounds of birds and insects had faded, leaving a suffocating stillness. Every crack of a twig under my boots felt like a shout in the silence. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it was just some old man, maybe lost or eccentric, living off the grid in the abandoned town. Maybe he climbed that tree to rest, to get a better view, or simply to scare off animals. But it didn't explain why he vanished without a trace. I pushed forward, eventually reaching the edge of the old town ruins. Foundations of houses poked through overgrown brush. Rusted remnants of vehicles sat half buried in the dirt, and faded signs with peeling paint hung crookedly on splintered posts. Still, I felt watched. The deeper I explored, the more I noticed small details. Footprints too large to be mine, fresh looking despite the years of neglect. Faint smoke trails in the air from some distant campfire. plastic bottles and cans that seemed recently discarded, out of place in such an isolated spot. I kept thinking about the man in blue pajamas. Why would someone live out here like that? Why that strange laugh? Why vanish without a sound? I wanted to find answers, but didn't want to linger too long. I packed up and started the long hike back the way I came, eyes scanning every shadow, every rustle in the leaves. When I reached the first fallen tree crossing over the creek, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the water. I paused to take a breath, feeling the weight of what I'd seen settle in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever that man was, or represented, wasn't just some harmless eccentric. Something about it didn't sit right, like a warning I couldn't put into words. By the time I made it back to my car, the forest behind me was swallowing the last light of day. I looked once more over my shoulder, but there was no sign of the man, no blue shimmer anywhere in the trees. And yet, every time I close my eyes, I can still hear that quiet, strange laugh, like it's waiting for me somewhere deep in those woods, where no one else dares to go. The night before, it had rained hard. The forest smelled fresh and earthy, the ground soft and damp beneath my boots. The White River National Forest was a massive stretch of rugged wilderness, its towering evergreens draped in the moisture left behind by the storm. As part of my outward-bound trip, I was about to spend a solo night out here, alone, with just a small tent, some snacks, and a journal. The solo is a big part of these trips, anywhere from 12 to 48 hours where each participant gets to be entirely alone, to reflect, write, and just be in the wild without anyone else around. I was both excited and nervous. I'd spent weeks preparing, learning survival skills and how to keep calm. But nothing really prepares you for the actual moment. After finding a spot in a small grove of trees, I set up my tent carefully. The ground was soft from the rain, sinking a little with every step, but I found a flat, sheltered area among the pines where the trees curved just enough to block the wind. The needles beneath my tent cushioned the floor, and I anchored my stakes firmly into the wet earth. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of pine sap and wet moss. I took a moment to look around. The forest was darkening, thickening with shadows. The last light of day filtered faintly through the canopy, turning everything a deep shade of green mixed with gray. Tiny droplets still clung to the leaves, catching the little light that remained like tiny glass beads. I pulled out my journal and wrote for a while, trying to focus on the sounds around me. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water from branches, the faint snap of a twig somewhere far off. After a while, my body started to feel heavy. The day had been long and full of hiking and setting up camp. The quietness of the forest, combined with the damp, earthy smell, made me feel almost sleepy. I decided to lie down inside the tent and rest for a bit. The fabric was cool and damp against my skin, and I zipped the door closed, feeling the soft rustle as the zipper moved. I pulled my sleeping bag around me and let my eyes close. I hadn't intended to nap for long, maybe just an hour or two to recharge, but I ended up sleeping for nearly 8 hours. When I woke up, it was pitch dark outside. The forest had a completely different feel at night. The silence was thicker, deeper. I could hear the soft sound of twigs cracking nearby, like something was moving carefully through the underbrush. My heart jumped. I grabbed my torch and clicked it on. The beam sliced through the dark, lighting up the trees and the bushes around me. I scanned left and right, hoping to see one of the instructors coming to check on us, or maybe just a small animal. Nothing. Just the swaying shadows of trees and the faint outlines of branches. I called out softly, "Hey, you good?" It was strange to say it aloud, but it was the only way I could think of to break the tension. No reply came, just the soft crackling sounds growing more distant. I tried to calm my breathing and remind myself that this was normal. Animals moved around at night. Maybe it was a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was heavy, deliberate, almost too large for a small animal. It was unsettling. The next morning, after packing up my tent and starting back toward the group's meeting point, I noticed something strange. Right beside where I had slept, in the soft mud near the base of a tree, were large paw prints. They were fresh and clear, impressions pressed deeply into the wet earth. I knelt down for a better look, tracing the outline with my finger. The prints were too big for any dog or wolf I knew. These were the tracks of a big cat. I felt my pulse quicken as the reality sank in. A mountain lion had been close enough to step right beside my tent while I was asleep. My stomach tightened, and I swallowed hard. The thought of that powerful predator lurking just a few feet away, while I was vulnerable inside my thin tent, made my skin crawl. I continued walking, keeping my eyes peeled for more signs. Scratches on trees, scat, anything that would confirm just how close it had been. I saw a few claw marks etched high up on a pine trunk, the bark shredded clean through to the wood beneath. The scent of the forest seemed heavier somehow, charged with the presence of a silent hunter. When I finally reached the other participants and instructors, I told them what I'd found. They took the news seriously. The instructors became very particular about keeping our food stored far away from our sleeping sites, aware that leaving scraps around could attract predators. They explained that mountain lions were common in the area, but usually avoided humans. Still, the proximity of those tracks was a stark reminder that even in the safety of a well-planned trip, the wilderness always held risks. I couldn't shake the feeling that night for a long time. The forest, which felt peaceful and inviting during the day, had transformed into something vast and unpredictable. Sleeping there, so close to a predator I'd never seen but knew was nearby, was humbling and terrifying all at once. It reminded me just how wild and raw this world still was, no matter how prepared we tried to be. I was living alone in a small dirt floor cabin deep in the woods for about 6 months. The cabin was rough and bare, just enough shelter to keep out the rain and cold. The floor was packed earth, uneven and dusty, and the walls were made of old, weathered logs with gaps that let in the wind and the occasional squirrel or mouse. I had no electricity, no running water, just a wood stove for heat and cooking. Life was simple, isolated, and quiet. I liked it that way, at least at first. Every day, I packed a lunch, usually just a sandwich, some fruit, and a bottle of water, and set off on a long hike. I'd spend half a day walking in whatever direction felt right, sometimes following animal trails, sometimes just making my own path through the trees. The forest was dense and wild, filled with the sounds of birds, insects, and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I loved the freedom of it, wandering without a real plan, discovering little clearings, streams, and strange rock formations. One afternoon, after several hours of walking, I stumbled upon something unexpected. Hidden deep in the forest, off any trail I knew, was an old building. It was an abandoned hotel, crumbling and covered in moss and vines, with broken windows and a sagging roof. The kind of place that looked like it had been left to rot for decades. The front porch was crooked, and the sign that had once welcomed guests was faded beyond recognition. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to explore it. The door was hanging off its hinges, but not locked. Inside, the air was stale and smelled like damp wood and old dust. The lobby was dim, lit only by the thin shafts of sunlight coming through the broken windows. The floorboards creaked under my feet. Old furniture was scattered about, covered in thick layers of dirt and spider webs. The wallpaper was peeling and stained, and in some places, you could see the bare plaster beneath. I moved carefully through the building, my heart beating faster with every step. I found the main staircase leading upstairs and decided to check it out. At the top, I discovered a narrow hallway lined with doors to guest rooms. Most of the doors were closed, but some hung open on their hinges. The rooms were mostly empty or filled with broken furniture and debris. Then I heard it, a high-pitched fluttering noise coming from the far end of the hall. I followed it and found the attic door, which was slightly ajar. Pushing it open, I stepped inside and immediately felt the cold, musty air. The attic was dark except for the sunlight filtering through cracks in the roof. The fluttering noise grew louder as I moved closer to the back corner. There, I saw hundreds of bats hanging from the rafters, their black shapes swaying gently. Their eyes caught the light and reflected it briefly as they moved. The sound of their wings brushing the air was eerie and unsettling. I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't stay long. I backed out carefully, trying not to disturb them, and closed the door behind me. Back downstairs, I explored the kitchen. This is where things took a darker turn. The kitchen was surprisingly intact compared to the rest of the hotel. The old cast iron stove was still in place, though rusted and cold. But the countertops and shelves were covered with taxidermy animals. Not the kind you see in museums or hunting lodges, old and dusty, but fresh-looking. Some were complete mounts of birds and small mammals. Others were partially finished, with skins stretched over forms and glass eyes waiting to be set. There was a strong smell of chemicals and wood polish, a sharp contrast to the musty hotel smell. Tools for woodworking and taxidermy were scattered around. A scalpel here, a pair of scissors there, brushes, needles, and jars of chemicals. Some glass display cases were stacked in the corner, ready to be assembled or repaired. I moved closer to a cabinet that was slightly open. Inside were stacks of dead birds, feathers carefully arranged, some with pins holding wings in place. There was a small closet nearby, filled with woodworking tools, clamps, pieces of wood, and glass sheets. It was clear someone had been working here not too long ago, but there was no sign of who. I felt the air grow heavier, the silence pressing in. The place didn't feel abandoned. It felt like someone had just left in a hurry or was still around, hidden somewhere. My skin prickled with unease. I didn't want to stick around any longer, so I turned and left the hotel quickly, my footsteps echoing in the empty lobby. I was shaken, but I knew I had to show someone. I couldn't convince myself this was some kind of hallucination or that I was imagining things. A week later, I convinced my brother to hike out with me. He didn't believe the story at first. He thought I was making it up or exaggerating. But when we found the hotel together, his face went pale as soon as he saw the place. We went inside carefully, checking the attic full of bats, and then the kitchen with all the taxidermy. He stayed close to me, and we didn't linger long, but having someone else there made the place feel even more real, and even more unsettling. We left without saying much. Neither of us wanted to go back. After that, I stayed on the trails and avoided wandering aimlessly. The hotel remained a dark shadow in the back of my mind, a reminder that some places, no matter how quiet or forgotten, hide things you don't want to find. The woods were full of secrets, but that hotel was one I didn't want to uncover again. Last summer, my fiancé and I decided to go hiking in the Pacific Northwest. We both spent some time exploring around the area, but this particular trail was one neither of us had ever done before. The mountain loomed tall and wide, covered in thick green forests that seemed to never end, and the whole place was known for its many waterfalls cascading down the rocky sides. I remember hearing that because of all the water, the trail was almost always muddy, no matter how dry the weather had been. There was no way to avoid getting dirty. We started early in the morning, just as the sun was waking up the world. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The path was narrow and twisting, carved into the mountainside, with the occasional roar of a waterfall crashing down nearby. The ground beneath our boots was soft, wet, and slippery in places, and even though we tried to step carefully, mud splattered up on our legs and shoes. We'd been walking for about an hour and a half when it happened. The trail was beginning to climb steeper, and the waterfalls were louder now, almost deafening, echoing off the rocks and trees. The forest was thick on both sides, with moss hanging off the branches and ferns growing thick on the ground. It was the kind of place that felt alive, like the trees were watching you as you moved past. As we rounded a bend, I saw them, two men standing side by side on the trail, facing us. They were so out of place it made my heart skip. They wore black suits, the kind you'd see in a city office, sharp and clean. Black hats sat low on their heads, casting shadows over their faces. Both wore dark glasses, hiding their eyes completely, and in their hands, they carried black leather briefcases. Their shoes were perfectly polished, not a speck of dirt or mud anywhere. Even their pants were pressed and flawless, not a wrinkle or stain, like they'd stepped out of a dry cleaner's storefront rather than a muddy mountain trail. I slowed down and looked at them, my fiancé close beside me. The men didn't move or say anything, just stood there silently as we passed. The moment I was alongside them, one of them leaned slightly forward and whispered something in German. I caught the sound clearly, though I didn't understand the words. It was quiet, almost a hiss, and the tone was cold and serious, like a warning or a secret. I looked back at them as we moved away, and they were still standing perfectly still, watching us with those hidden eyes behind their dark glasses. Their posture was rigid, unnatural almost, and the way they stared was chilling, like they were waiting for something, or watching to see what we would do next. That moment stuck with me. It's one of the creepiest things that ever happened to me, and I've had my share of odd experiences. What made it worse was how out of place they looked, like they didn't belong on that mountain at all. Yet somehow, they fit perfectly into that silent, cold part of the forest. We kept walking, trying to shake off the feeling, but it clung to me like the mud on my boots. The rest of the hike was tense, The sounds of the waterfalls too loud, the shadows too deep. When we finally made it back to the car, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those two men standing there, waiting for us to leave.